Time for car 50A, 46.78. 46.78 for car 50A. Time for car 62A, 39.45. 39.45 for car 62A.
Good morning and welcome to Wiscombe Park for day 2 of the big one, the British Hillclimb Championship. No doubt for some of you it will be a welcome back. Perhaps to others it will be your first visit to Wiscombe Park and to hill climbing. Well, if you've chosen today, it couldn't be better. This is as good as it gets with the British Hillclimb Championship. So we have the crowd here watching the action live, and the event is also being streamed around the world. So the highlight of today's on-track action will be the second top 12 runoff for the leading drivers in the country, and they were on the track yesterday. Had the first of these critical top 12 shootouts, and Matthew Ryder took the best points haul there, shading Alex Summers by just 0.12 of a second. So we're looking for that type of a close battle again today as the 2025 British Hillclimb Championship with Nova tyres really hots up. With continuing good track conditions, what can today offer? As the drivers, as you can see, are currently employed out on the hill taking early practice runs. Then we'll move to a qualifying run, and then we move into these prestigious runoffs. There'll be 2, in fact, one for the British Hillclimb Championship, which will be basically big, powerful single-seaters. We'll have 12 of those come out this afternoon to do battle, and the top 10 will score points. And then we also have another top 10 challenge, and that's for tin tops, for sports cars, for saloon cars, anything with a roof, in fact. So we will see all the major protagonists in those 2 classes out on the hill today. And we'll look out for a vast array of different types of machinery, from saloon cars, basically road-going saloon cars, through to cars which are constructed, prepared and raced purely on the hill. So with the best of British Hillclimb visiting the Southwest for its annual visit, let's get in and savour the action. And with that, on the hill at the moment, one of the early runners, Tony Adams from Class A2, which features road-going series production cars with engines over 2,000 cc's. Tony at the wheel of his Porsche Cayman. And away off the hill following him with Richard Andrews, another Porsche, this time very raucous GT4 RS. As the cars make their way, progress up the hill, we have 2 timing points where we have a snapshot of their progress, and we can relay that to you. The first of those points is just after the bridge between the start line and the first left-hand corner here at Wiscombe Park, which is known as this corner. And the second timing split, as we refer to them, is in the S's. So Richard Andrews clear of that second timing split in 21.19, and at the top of the hill with a time of 44.13. The times this morning, not important with regard to the competition, but critical to the drivers and the teams, just to make sure they're optimising the performance of both the driver and the car, of course. So on the hill at the moment, Richard Snow, another Porsche, and in fact another GT4 RS. Clear of the S's in 20.75. Richard. Time for car number 30. Richard Andrews was 44.13. And Tony Adams was a 47.19. That's car number 29, 47.19. So we have an incident or issue on the hill, and that's readily identified by the Marshal's post displaying the red flags. Those of you on the hill will see that quite regularly, hopefully not too regularly, at during the course of the weekend.
Jeffrey, good morning.
So we're just sorting out issue on the hill. Richard Snow with the GT4 RS in the S's. So the recovery vehicles have made their way to the top of the S's by the looks of things. And I think from what I can see, we have the Porsche very much off the track. So it might be a while retrieving said Porsche.
Well, there's a good opportunity, isn't it, to have a chat?
Indeed. Good morning to you, David.
Good morning, Jeff. And well, I think it's going to be quite a nice day. It's a little bit overcast, which is good because it means that people won't be getting overheated, shall we say. So I'm going to be walking around the paddock again today. We're going to do a bit of a paddock stroll and see who we can chat to. The PA gentleman has hopefully extended my range, so I'll be able to get up to the very top of the paddock. And just going to try it now, to be quite honest. So I may be able to actually get some time with people like Wallace and David up there, and let's just see whether or not we can got the signal at the moment. So hopefully we're not going to be held up for too long now, but obviously if they got to extract the car, it'll be a few minutes.
That's good to hear. I'm not actually hearing you through my headset, so yeah, we'll talk later when you've located a star driver.
Oh, I have lots of star drivers around me up here. They're all over the place, honestly. So yeah, so I don't know whether, obviously, if you can't hear me through your headset, I'm sure that Phil will come across and just get you organised on that. But anybody who's down here, don't forget to come and have a walk around the paddock. It is free. We don't charge entry into the paddock. All the refreshment are available in the paddock. We got the catering units there. There's a bar there, but obviously just remember, if you're driving home, drink responsibly. We have a big drive here at Wiscombe this year on sustainability. So we're asking everybody to dispose of their waste in a responsible manner in the waste bins that we've got down here, all labelled up for the different products, you know, plastics, bottles, that sort of things. So message then from Jason Hayes on the clerk of the course over the paddock PA then, just to say that the driver of the Porsche is okay, and we'll probably take them 5 or 6 minutes to extract the car, and then we'll be back in operation again. So as I was saying, there's all the catering down here. There's the usual stuff, the usual fare, the burgers, the sausages, the cakes, the fudge, ice creams, but as I say, there's no charge to come into the paddock, so please come on down.
Well, thank you for that information, Dave. Are you still in the paddock area?
I am indeed, yes. Can you hear me now?
I'm hearing you now, that's good.
Right.
Yes.
Well, you may not want to hear me, really. You'd never know. A flow of people coming through this morning, which is always a welcoming sight. So, is there anybody you'd like to hear from today, Jeff?
Right, we're up and running again. That's good.
Good. So all the recovery vehicles back in place, are they?
No. We've still got the stricken Porsche in the greenery. So I think
be a few minutes.
This will be a little while.
So, as I say, anybody wants to come down and walk around the paddock, now's a good time to do it.
It is indeed.
The larger racing car capacity have recently returned to the paddock, so they'll be down here for quite a while. The lesser classes, the earlier classes, I should say, they're over as you come up through the paddock over to the right-hand side of the road. Some of those will be going out shortly. But if you want to have a look at the racing cars, now is a very good time to do it.
Yep. Because they've taken their first practice run.
They have indeed.
There'll be another later in the morning before the
Yes.
lunch break. So now,
Yeah.
as you say, it's a good chance to.
I think a lot of them, the crews are actually catching up and having a quick bite to eat, a sandwich or something for their breakfast.
11s.
So we will go and I'm just looking at Mr. Mingies at the moment. They've seen me coming. They're getting ready to run. No, I had a chat with Will Hall yesterday. Yeah, we got you on the live stream and you didn't say any rude words. It was fantastic. Wallace. Oh, we can, that's right. The mic is working up here today. I didn't get to you yesterday because my mic wasn't working. I'm just going to sit down on the back of your lorry if that's okay. Thank you. I always thank you for this every year. And that's the Wiscombe Hillclimb Championship, which Tillicourt True Quarries, your company, support every year so generously for us. Thank you for that. What do you mean, nothing to do with you?
That's somebody in marketing deals with that. Nothing to do with me at all.
You got a marketing department.
No, I don't.
It is you, isn't it? So, very good results over in the Channel Islands last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were pretty kind to us. But it doesn't change. I mean, they're all done and dusted. Yesterday's done and dusted. Today's a fresh day. All back to zero again. And Will Hall, as you've just seen, super fast today. Yeah, I think he's not wanting to speak to you because of it, because he's obviously got a lot of secrets that he's done, him and Rob, overnight.
You're not getting rid of me that quickly. Now, the car, every year I ask, any improvements or changes that you can divulge without letting the competitors around you know what you've done?
Yeah, we stuck it back on 24 injectors from the 8 that it's been on. It was on 24, that engine, when it was in the DJ. We put it back to 8 initially, and then this year, well, last year we did a bit, and then we took it back down to 8 after Ireland. So we're on the 24, so there's quite a bit of learning going on this year with the difference where the power comes in and then how that relates to traction and launch and gear shift.
So very technical these days. These cars, very, very high end on the technical side of things. You have, as you say, traction. You got launch control and all that. Would you still be able to drive it without that? Is it a drivable car?
Yeah, I mean, we had a technical issue at Harewood and drove it up the hill with no traction or launch. So yeah, it is drivable, but you know, kind of low 400 kilos and nearly 700 brakes, quite a handful. It definitely helps. They're called driver aids for a reason, and I need as many of them as possible.
I don't believe that. But obviously, you know, yeah, well, third fastest, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, third yesterday behind Matt and Alex.
So they're all trying very hard. The three of you go very well here. The old dark horse down there, Mr. Willis, he's always gone well here in the past, and obviously Will Hall, who you say is the man to be watching today.
Yeah, and I know you can. There's quite a few others in there. Dave Urem being one, young Mr. Coles, Hamesy, Warby, Darren. There's lots of people going really, really quick on the cusp of it. If you blink, you're not qualifying today. And with the tyre situation where it is, you're not going to see true reflections on everybody's times until probably the runoff. I would think most people will be saving there's a big step this year between practice, qualifying and runoff tyres, and you'll see that. So you don't really know what MD's doing until you obviously can see Will's fast today and as are Matt and Alex, but don't write off any of the rest of them because they're probably saving tyres.
Yeah. Anybody who doesn't know, there is a big tyre supply issue this year, isn't there?
Yeah, there isn't any left.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a technical problem in supply, but it's the same for everybody. And it's been well posted to us for a couple of years, so there's no big surprises in it as much as it's disappointing, but it is what it is from everybody. Nova, I'd hoped to have stuff out, unfortunately not. The Hoosiers are there, they're going to develop a new tyre. Pirelli with a tyre to beat, so I think it's going to make next year just as interesting, but we've got to get through the four and a half weekends that are left this year on the tyres that we have, so that's going to have a part to play.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I will be around later on. We're going to do a live stream at lunchtime. You going to be about, or are you going to hide?
I have no doubt that you'll find me.
You'll be eating my strawberry tarts that you always forget to bring me, won't you?
I got hungry on the way down on the plane. Sorry.
Yeah, hungry on the plane. Last year, the customs took them away. The year before, apparently they were on a banned list. There's always an excuse. Anyway, Wallace, great to see you as always. Lovely that you come support us in many ways. I heard that you were actually offered a little bit more support for something yesterday, which we're extremely grateful for. We'll come and have a chat later on, like I say, with the live stream at lunchtime if their camera reach up here. If not, I might have to drag you down the bottom.
No problem. You're welcome. It's always a pleasure to come here, and it's great to see the teamwork that everybody puts behind the event. It's fantastic down here. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. So that's Mr. Wallace Menzies, all the way down from Scotland to be with us this weekend. So how are they getting on down there, Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah. They're up here trying to volunteer each other to have a chat to me. And they're all sort of saying, oh, I've got nothing to say now, I'm not that interesting. So there's loads of interesting people in this paddock. Yeah, and I spoke to him yesterday, like I spoke to you. Yeah? They're all running away. So anyway, I say the paddock is very active at the moment. Come on down, have a walk around. If the drivers are busy and they don't want to talk to you, then obviously don't disturb them. But the majority of them are quite friendly. They will have a chat if they're not actually doing anything too much. So you think we're going to be a few more minutes then, Jeff?
Well, I think so. I mean,
okay.
It's very simple to just say, right, we've got a car off in the rhododendrons. Let's put a rope on it, pull it back on. But you've got to be very mindful of doing more damage, as you well know.
Yes.
And an added situation is if the car is quite expensive in the first place,
yes,
then a little more caution might be asked, particularly by its owner and driver.
Yes, a Porsche of that level is something that you would need to
treat carefully.
Treat very, very carefully.
Yeah. Not designed for going off-road.
No.
So putting it back on the road is not necessarily a project that can...
it's not an easy thing, is it?
Can be done very rashly. So the marshals and the recovery people well versed in this, and they will get the job done as quickly as is prudent.
Yes. Oh, that's a good phrase.
Yes. Good. That, isn't it?
I'm looking at this moment at Trevor Willis, and Trevor is running away from me. He saw me looking. I think I made eye contact, and he went.
Now Trevor has a history here at Wiscombe Park. Course record holder.
Yeah.
Winner.
Yeah. Yes. So
doesn't he want to tell us about his very slick OMS with
I was talking to James Wheels just now, because James is like a fountain of all knowledge, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
And he's saying that Paul Hames's problem yesterday, partly they had a switch issue, and then they had a turbo pipe blow off.
Right.
Hence the reason he couldn't get in a competitive time like he normally would. So
the turbo pipe was this morning, was it, in the first practice run?
Yes, that has happened again this morning. So they're working on that to try and get it so that it's all good for them.
Yeah. And that's but probably frustrating to have the problems, but best to have them now, get them out of the way,
yes.
And then get on the possibility of qualifying this afternoon.
Yeah.
Paul, of course, we're talking about Paul Hames with the Gould GR59. You'll see him later on running as number 10, and you'll also see the top single-seaters have numbers basically ranging from 1 to 10, and that informs us of the position they finished in the 2024 British Hillclimb Championship. So that's a seeding print, so we can see easily and rapidly what drivers we're talking about and where they finished last season. So we'll keep an eye on that during the day. And as Wallace was saying, a third in yesterday's runoff meant he bagged 10 points as opposed to the 10 that his main adversary and championship leader Matthew Ryder achieved with the 4-litre Judd-powered Gould. So at the moment, that's opened the gap up between Ryder and Mingies to 8 points, 2 more than it was before they started here yesterday afternoon. So there'll be plenty for them to drive for this afternoon.
It's still very close though, isn't it? Because it can still go either way with,
yeah.
as Wallace just said just now, they've got 4.5 weekends of competition still to go. So that's like 9 competitive runs in the top 12 run. I think basically anybody who's never been to see a British Championship round, what happens is the top 12 fastest times of the day for the registered contenders in the championship, they then go forward to a top 12 runoff at the end of the day, and they have points position finishing in that, and that counts towards their British Championship overall standing. So
the fastest 10
yes,
scoring points.
Fastest 10, the last two unfortunately
Go home empty-handed.
But they will have had a good day.
Oh,
And a bit of lovely Devon. I was going to say sunshine, but I think that's just disappeared.
we did see some earlier on.
Pardon?
We did see some
We
earlier
did
on.
indeed, yes.
Yesterday it came good right at the right time.
It did indeed, yeah.
But
We had a little shower yesterday morning, which was a bit of a difference. So clouds are high. If the clouds are high, that's good, isn't it?
it's a good indication. And a lot of
I'll never get a job at the Met Office, will I? Oh, the clouds are high. No way.
the big drivers have taken their first practice run, just finding out what the conditions were. As Wallow said, it's this afternoon that matters.
It
so
is
it's
indeed.
just checking the systems. But having said that, they came in quite rapid and very much on the pace. So
Oh, yeah.
of yesterday's time, Matthew Ryder won the runoff yesterday in a climb of 32.71 seconds, and that compares to his hill record. So he's getting close, but there's a little way to go yet.
Oh, yeah.
The outright hill record here is 31.77, which Matthew set last year at this particular meeting. In fact, he did it twice, didn't he?
He did
it on
indeed.
Saturday,
Yes.
and we thought, oh, well done, good effort. And then he did it again the following day.
It was wonderful.
I think that's probably the first time that's happened at Wiscombe, certainly in
no.
recent years.
No, going back a few years.
Yeah, going back a few
and I
years.
can't think of his name, but there was somebody who set the and then went out and beat it again on the same day. I can't think of his name at the moment. Somebody will come and tell me, I'm sure, as the day goes on. But we did have an incident, well, it's called incident, an exciting incident whereby Trevor Willis set the new hill record a few years ago, and then Will Hall immediately matched it to the 100th of a second. So Trevor established a new hill record, and Will equalled it. So that was 2 hill records in one runoff.
And that's, indicative of how close the competition in speed hill climbing can be, timed to the nearest 100th of a second. And those who are made look at the front end of the cars, and there's a strut or a vane attached to the cars, and that is the instrument that gives a clean break to the timing beams at the top. Start and at the intermediate post, so we get accurate times to the nearest 100th of a second, and it is not unusual for that to be the determining factor in the class or overall.
I always wondered, Jeff, about the possibility of putting a spring-loaded beam breaker on the front of the car, and you hit the button as you go around Martini, and the beam breaker goes through about 2 seconds ahead of you. I think it might be outlawed if I tried it, though. What do you think?
I think it's highly likely somebody will spot that.
Well, you've got to have a very good quick retraction. It could be worth a try. I might try it. Let's see if somebody will try that one. See if somebody will design one.
You could, yes.
Anyway, I'm pretty much in my favourite place now. Where do you think that might be?
That might be not a million miles away from the catering.
You should say that. So let's
What
have
have they got on offer today then?
Well, we got the usual fare of the sausages, the burgers, the pork rolls. Nick's in there watching and smiling. Oh, and we have a breakfast special, a breakfast baguette. Now, what time does the breakfast special finish? All-day breakfast special, even better. Yeah. Do you need a sampler? Oh. I'll go to the cake stand and see if there's samples going there, shall I? So now I'm watching Darren, who's here and doing donuts. Unlike Goodwood, we still allow donuts in our venue.
Do you mean cooking donuts?
Cooking
spinning
donuts.
around in a circle?
I'm looking at Tim Wilson because I know Tim was busily trying to stop people doing donuts at the start of Goodwood the other day when he was clerking down there. But we have donuts, we have fudge, we have several variations. We've got biscoff, salted caramel, creamy fudge, licorice fudge, rum and raisin fudge. I like rum and raisin fudge if anybody's interested. Belgian chocolate as well. So we got all that along with the usual coffees, the espressos, americanos, macchiatos, cafe lattes, cappuccinos. I could go on, but it'd get boring. Anyway, so we got all that at that van, and then the other van, where Tracy's busily working away there, they have cake available as well, and milkshakes. Don't forget the milkshakes.
Ah.
Yes. And ice creams. On a day like this, what a day for an ice cream. It's going to be lovely, isn't it? When the sun bursts through, we'll be right there with the ice creams. So I'll move on over now to the other favourite of mine.
Whilst you do that, Dave, I'll just give you an update. We've virtually got the Porsche back on the tarmac.
Oh, that's good.
They found the course resistance and eased away from its landing place in the rhododendrons. And I think we're making good progress now.
I tell you what, I'm just standing in the bar waiting for Tim to finish serving somebody, and there's a screen in there with all the highlights from yesterday, but it will be the live stream coming out on the screen.
So that'll be, you could be in the bar, you could see the start, see the lower part of the hill, and then complete the climb on the screen.
You could indeed, yes.
From
and
the live stream, which is going around
to the whole world. International we are now, Jeff.
They are global.
You're global.
Global.
Yeah. And we've done a live walk around yesterday at lunchtime, which we'll probably do again today. So that should also go out. It may be that, depending on signal, whether or not we can get it out as a live stream or whether we have to do it as a recorded highlight. But we'll find out as the day goes on.
Yes, indeed. If you don't try, you don't know.
You don't know. So here we are at the bar. I'm just going to quickly ask the gentleman, because he's got a customer waiting. What do we have on offer for everybody today?
We've got the full otter range, the cider, the lager, the best bitter, but most importantly for a Sunday at Wiscombe, we've got plenty of lemonade, because 4 o'clock at Wiscombe on a Sunday is what I call the shandy hour. That's when all the drivers come out and they have a shandy before they hit the road. Very sensible.
I have to say, I ran pins. You're doing pins? Is it a pitcher or a jug or a bucket?
Loads of Pims. We always do pints of Pims here, and if you don't fancy that, today I can do you a raspberry mojito. How about that?
I've never ever heard of one. Am I bad? Should I get out more?
No, I'll make you one later.
Okay. I've got to drive home. Is it safe for me to drive home on?
I'll make you a virgin one.
I can't answer that. So I look forward to that. Yeah.
That instigated a round of laughter, I noticed.
So the clerk's telling us that we should be live again in about 5 minutes, which you'll all be pleased to hear, because it means you get cars instead of me. walking across the paddock, we have a couple of stalls here. We have Mr. Jennings. Now, Mr. Jennings, Pat Jennings, has written a very good book, The View from the Commentary Box. He had over 800 of them printed, and he's down now to, I think, mainly, well, I say a large handful. I think that's the easiest way to put it. 65. I was 65 once, Pat. Do you remember 65? Right? You're looking forward to retire. Oh, you would have retired. You're older than me. You're looking forward to retiring because you're 65 and then you move the age. Anyway, Pat, tell us a little bit about your book. And also, I believe you want to do an appeal for marshals.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. This little exercise that I started back in, God knows when, 1999 in actual fact, but the book wasn't published until 22. And we printed a few, as Dave said, and we've managed to get rid of the majority of them. And really and truly, I have to say thank you to the lovely people of the Southwest Hillclimb and Sprint Brigade, because they're the people who's bought it. They're the people who's put the money back into my children's inheritance. So thanks, everybody, for buying a copy. Something else which I'll just mention while I've got the microphone. Sorry, Dave, you're not going to get it back. But two things. First of all, those of you that follow Facebook will know that recently I've been doing a Hall of Fame of certain people in the West Country who I thought warranted being featured. And it's been a bit of fun. It's also been a discipline. I've had to do it every Tuesday morning, and I've had to get information from here, there, and everywhere. And I'm going to stop at 50. So 50 of those will have been published on the Southwest Hillclimbs and Sprints Hall of Fame. Anybody who I haven't featured, it's not because I don't like you. It's because I don't have enough information on you. That's the only reason. There have been no favourites whatsoever. And the last thing, Dave, while I've got the mic, thank you very much indeed. In a couple of weeks' time, I happen to be privileged to be the president of the North Devon Motor Club. And the North Devon Motor Club has a sprint weekend on the 9th and 10th of August. One of the longer sprints in the West Country. It's 3 kilometres, 1.8 miles on a single run. And we are not open to the public. It's at Chivener in North Devon. It's a Ministry of Defence land, but we will be needing marshals. So anyone wanting to come and watch the racing at close quarters, it's about as close as you're going to get to a racing car, I can assure you of that. Closer than the average spectator, but you can come along and just go onto the North Devon Motor Club Facebook page, and you'll find us find all about us there. Dave and Jeff, many thanks for lending me your microphone for a minute. I'm pleased to have filled 5 minutes.
That's actually a very short fill for you, isn't it, actually?
Thank you, Pat.
I see we have the course vehicles back in place. I hear the whistle blowing. The red flags have been coming in.
Yep.
Let's go see some cars.
Let's go hill climbing, as they say. Indeed. We have Simon Neve lined up, ready to go, an avionics systems engineer from Yeovil. And Simon's at the wheel of his Mitsubishi Lancer GSR. He has another Mitsubishi at home, an Evo 6 RS. But whenever there's a little issue with that as the number one car, then the Lancer, the green machine we're going to see in a short while, comes out onto the hills. Originally imported back in 1992 from Japan, or constructed in 1992, in fact, and imported a little later. It's been nicknamed within the Neve family the Taxi, because they think it looks like a bit like a 1990s mini club taxi. So there you go, and he's off the line in 2.58 seconds in this 2.3 litre turbocharged machine. As he's up into the S's, he'll be approaching the second timing split, and he does now, 22.92. His progress as way off the start line with the 911 Turbo Porsche, 3.5 litre, is Rod Isles from Tiverton. Rod recently swapped to the 911 Turbo from his previous car, the Alfa Romeo 4C, which car took him to victory in the Wiscombe Park Hillclimb Championship. So now it's all about learning the nuances of driving the 911. As across the parkland goes Richard Price in his Caterham 7. Moving us into Class B, road-going specialist production cars. This car built from a kit back in 2002, powered by a 1600cc Rover K-Series engine. So time for 34 Simon Neve then is 48.28, 48.28 for Simon Neve. Now, the majority of competitors today, as we said, are taking 2 practice runs, with the exception of the Downton engineering class, and they are doing the opposite: 1 practice run and 2 time runs. So it's the Morgan on the hill now in the hands of Robert Toon, retired company director from Stroud. Started competing motorsport about 45 years ago with rallying. Did some rallying with Mini Cooper in the 70s. And this particular car is an ex-Morgan Challenge race car, which has been in Robert's ownership since 2009. So the time for Rod Isles, car number 35, is 43.96. At the moment in these practice sessions, leading the way in Class A3 road-going vehicles, 4-wheel drive and engines of any capacity. Eric Maury then with his turbocharged 1-litre Hillman Imp moves us into modified series production cars with engines up to 1400 cc's, and Eric safely through the gate where he spun yesterday, fortunately without doing any damage, but unfortunately the car has ground to a halt just at the bottom of the S's. Now, is that because he's received a red flag? Marshals are just informing Eric of what is required. Yep, an incident at Martini is the issue. Those of you at Martini will have seen the marker posts on the inside. Those of you down at the bottom or at Wiscorner or in the S's would also see these black and white markers, which sometimes get clattered as cars passed by, and in which case they need to be reinstated. So that gives us the reason for the red flag. Now, because that stoppage to Eric was none of his doing, he was the guiltless party, he will get a rerun. So he doesn't lose out because of that. But alternatively, if a driver has a mechanical issue or has an accident, then that's therefore no opportunity for a rerun. They have to forego the run. So just sending the Hillman Imp of Eric Maury to the top of the hill, having received the red flag, and we'll no doubt see him in the next batch, and he will get his second practice run together. So from a Hillman Imp, we're moving to a car with a Hillman Imp engine, and that's the Ginetta G15 of Andrew Russell, with a 1120cc Hillman Imp engine in the rear. Andrew has been campaigning this car for quite a few decades now. An engineer from Alresford. He gets the green light on the start line, which means then the drivers can depart in their own time, and he does so, tripping the timing being in 2.72 seconds. So drivers now, having competed here yesterday, and the conditions were very similar. They're really beginning to gather a bit of momentum in more ways than one. So we should be seeing them setting competitive times readily as Andrew goes through the S's, timing split in 23.61. And we welcome Ben Bomfield to the hill with his 1380cc Austin Mini. Those of you who are perusing your programs will see that Ben is in fact the class record holder, Class C1 Modified Series production cars up to 04. But Ben and his father Tony, with whom he shares the car, getting back into front wheel drive. First time they've had the car out here at Wiscombe since 2019. Although they did compete in the Mini Festival at Prescott in 2021, because locally they've been campaigning single-seater racing, so that's a different animal. But they're both getting to grips with it, and it's a 44.22 for Ben, 44.22 for car number 50. Andrew Russell stopped the clocks on 48.62 with the Ginetta G15. Back in Class B, we'll pick up a time for Rob Brodie with the Fisher Fury car number 45, and that's a 43.62. That's away off the line. 71 seconds goes Jan Yo with the Legend 34 Coupe. Powered fiberglass bodied space frame chassis machine. Now if you're in the S's, pay attention because Jan is spectacular through there. He was sliding on the opposite lock as he came out at the top of the S's. So always on the money, always giving of his utmost. And he's now out of the S's in 20.61. But stopped and paused at Saw Bench. So that's not going to be a clean run. Have we got another issue with markers at the top of the hill? That might well be the case. Indeed it is. So another likely rerun there for Jan. That's brought out the red flags all down the hill whilst things are put right up at the top of this 915 metre course, which includes two hairpins, one right, one left. Castle Straight, which links those two hairpins, is the fastest part of the hill, where we should be seeing speeds of around about 120 miles an hour, and very similar across the park from Windsor to the gate here, the lower part of the hill. So Mallock away off the hill, off the line now, in the hands of Robin Nicholson. Mallock Mark 20, 1700cc engine. Samuel, local from Exeter, and a mechanical engineer by profession. This car's been back in 1979. Now, off the line at 2.86 seconds goes Mike West with his 1340cc Radical, one of a number of radicals we see here. These cars basically were built originally for circuit racing series, and now some of them have migrated to the hills. The time for 44.48. That's Robin Nicholson. And now one of our double drivers with the single seaters is away off the line, Tim Thompson. So double driver, that's an expression used regularly in hill climbing. Let me explain. a number of the cars have 2 drivers sharing during the day, during the weekend. So to identify them, we have 89, or in this case for Tim Thompson, 89A. So Jonathan Flesher will run as 89 later in the day, Tim Thompson at 89A. So periodically through the event we have a group of A drivers. So we get them up the top of the hill, the cars can then be returned and the other driver installed. Car number 76 is 46.57. Quite on the pace of Robin Nicholson. And now around Wiss Corner, Richard Weaver with his 1 litre Empire Evo. Richard was down in the 37 bracket yesterday, so we'll be looking to see if he can make an improvement on that. Out of the S's in 18.83, 600 to 1100 cc racing car class, and now a single-seater racing car. Difference, we have a class purely for Formula Ford ex-circuit racing cars, and these are all pre-1994 in class J1. They are also all Van Diemen chassis. We have 3 RF85s, and that's what we see on here at the moment in the hands of Paul Harris. So 3 RF85s and 1 RF86, which will have class visits the hill in a short while. So Richard Weaver, car number 91 at the top of the hill in a time of 39.04 for car number 91 in class I. 90A was Ben Hamer with his OMS 28, and he stopped the clocks on 41.79. And the first runner in class I was of course Tim Thompson, and he just came in under 40 seconds with a climb of 39.96 for car 89A. So we've had the course vehicle out on the hill, and he will shepherd the cars which are all parked up, lined up in the top collecting paddock. They will be brought back down the hill. Fortunately here at Wiscombe we don't have a separate return road, so they will have to come back down the competition course, back into the paddock area, into their individual parking spaces, and then we go again. And the next batch of cars are already lined up at the paddock exit, and a good number of you are making your way into the paddock, so welcome. Do have a look around, have a quick gander at the motor cars, a close gander at the motor cars even. And as Dave was saying early on, as long as the teams and the drivers aren't feverishly trying to repair something or put something right, then if you have any questions, I'm sure the teams would be more than pleased to have a chat. But you'll see the standard of preparation of these cars, particularly the top single-seaters with their carbon fibre. I think I saw... Yeah, we have some comments, I understand, that people are watching on the live stream. And we've got a hello from Brazil. Balwato Alvinegro. Well, welcome to you, sir. Welcome to East Devon in the United Kingdom. And apparently it's SWR 48 tells us it's overcast in Southport this morning, so not the only one. Yes, indeed. Hello.
The word for welcome in Brazilian is bem-vindo.
Well, thank you very much, David.
It's not a problem.
Well, that I'm impressed.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, it goes back to an old family thing. My old father-in-law worked in Brazil for many years, and he named his house Bem-vindo, which was welcome in Portuguese. Well, the Brazilian dialect of Portuguese. So there we are. Anyway.
We also have a little bit of a comment as well. We were talking about the timing struts earlier on, and Roger Warren has got in contact and says the primary purpose of the timing stroke, which is fixed to the front of the car, is to facilitate the accurate alignment of the car 100 millimeters, give or take 5 millimeters, from the start line. Without that accuracy, it is not possible to time to 0.1 of a second. So thank you for that, Roger. Let's put it crystal clear.
Very, very accurate. You have to do that, don't you?
Yeah. And we've got viewers also coming in from Australia, so it's good evening to Nara in Australia.
Are they all Dean Ty's relatives?
Well,
It'd be nice if they're
yeah.
supporting him, because we have Dean here from Australia, don't we?
It comes as WPWW from Australia, so it might be his family. Yeah.
I'm going a bit closer to home now.
Are you?
Yeah.
Right.
What's the Cornish for welcome?
I haven't got a clue, to be honest.
There we are. Derek Kessel with the Maguire Space Frame Mini. Derek's owned this car for a number of years. Anybody who's never seen a Maguire, you're obviously very young, because they were very popular about, say 30 years ago.
30, 40 years ago, they were built primarily for circuit racing, for the silhouette classes and whatever, and a number of them found their way onto the hills and sprints. But yeah, this one's never been circuited. It's always been on hills and sprints. So quite fortunate to know the complete history of this one, or the chassis anyway.
You bought it many years ago, didn't you? Because I've yet again, I will mention it because I like to. I was reading an old Mini magazine, and they'd done an article on you. I keep meaning to bring it with me to get you to sign it, because I'm sure that'd double its value.
Yeah, it might well do that, or devalue it. Yeah, there's only 3 of us here in the paddock this weekend that's got cars that's been long-standing relationships. Jonathan Williamson being one, Andrew Russell being the other, and myself. So we've had cars for a number of seasons between us.
I've been coming here 40 years, well, almost 40 years, 1978 I think it was, or 77, first time I come here. And you guys were, I think, all competing when I was here at the first meeting I come to.
Yeah, our first meeting for me was 1980.
You were a bit after, but definitely Jonathan and Andy were here.
Yeah, that was with a steel shell then. But yeah, 1980 was the first venture to here. Cornwall, we had a number of events, so we had enough to keep us going without venturing over the border into England. But yeah, we made that leap, and yeah, we've gone further afield, even made it to Scotland twice in recent years.
They got no pasties in Scotland. Did you take any up?
We had to, I'm afraid, yeah.
Yeah, I bet they had haggis pasties.
Yeah, yeah. We did sample the local delicacies while we were there, definitely.
I have to say, I do like the Scottish fare. But coming back down a bit closer to home, you're right, you had a really phenomenal speed scene in Cornwall, didn't you, a few years back?
Yeah, when I first started, we used to have 5 St Evans a year, 5 Tragrains, 2 White Cross, and of course Warrington Park. So we never had to venture too far from home at the time. But yeah, as time had gone on, so we've lost different venues. We've gained 1 or 2. Tragrain is down now to 2 weekends. But yeah, St Evans long gone, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately, quite a lot of those, like St Eville was military land. White Cross is up at the Cornish Showground, isn't it, up near Camelford? And a lot of them have other uses these days, don't they?
Yes, that's right. I think the bikes may still go to Showground, but no, we haven't been there for a number of years now.
I did look at some areas in the Cornish area not so long ago with the view of seeing whether or not they were available. And Davidstow was one of the places that was suggested. I mean, I don't know if it was ever a speed venue. It used to be rallied.
And back in the early 50s, they actually had Formula 1 there. They didn't actually start competing until about 6:30 in the evening, when the fog actually lifted and they could see where they were going.
Yeah, it's a bit like going the clay pigeon, isn't it? Because it's very, very high up and very much susceptible to fog.
Yes, definitely. How they managed during the war there, I don't know. One of my grandfathers was actually on security at Davidstow during the war, so he used to go from Indian Queens to Davidstow on his motorbike on security. But yeah,
Did he always make it, or did he get lost in the fog?
As far as I'm aware, he always used to make it, but yeah, probably had a bit of string to follow at the time.
Yeah, of course. Anyway, Derek, thank you. Always great to see you in your Mini. I think we're about to restart, so I'll hand back to you, Jeff, and we'll watch Derek a bit later in the afternoon.
Yes, we should be here, yeah, all being well. Running well.
Wonderful. So, are they lining up now?
So we have Eric Moray taking his rerun with the Hillman Imp. And we also have a public service announcement. If you're a TVR owner, perhaps you'd like to pay attention, because there is a TVR in the main car park area with the headlights on. And there is a number 11 in the registration, just identification in case there's more than one TVR in the car park. So the owner of that TVR with 11 in the registration might like to go and switch his headlights off before it becomes an issue. So the Hillman to the top after being red flagged, and then we have the Legend 34 way around Saw Bench and across Castle Straight. Eric Murray then gets that time on the board, 44.41, 44.41 for number 48, which was Eric Murray with the Hillman Imp. Now on the start line, getting the green light, good to go, is Jim Herbert with his Mitsubishi Evo 5 2.3 litre turbocharged machine. So we're talking modified series production cars now, 4-wheel drive, any capacity engines, and we've got a couple of Mitsubishis, not to mention the Subaru Impreza Type RB of Messrs Bradley and Darley. Down to the line in a minute with Damien Bradley at the wheel. But before that, we have another Mitsubishi across the parkland, having launched in 2.4 seconds, and that's Stephen Moore with his Evo 6. Posting times down in the 42s yesterday, Stephen. We now have Stephen Moore out of the S's in 19.84, as the Impreza Type RB is away off the line with Stephen Darley at the wheel. He was second, I believe, in the Tin Top Top 10 Challenge yesterday. Damien taking the prime spot. So that's something we're looking forward to this afternoon as well. In addition to the big single-seaters, we also have the fastest Tin Top 10 runoff as well. So that'll be producing different cars, different arrangements, and always spectacular. So that's looking forward, but now we see Paul Reynolds streaking across the parkland with his Caterham in the modified specialist production car class. It's 1585cc machine. Posting times down in the 40s. Expecting similar performance today. Time for Jim Herbert then, car number 60. That was climber 4306. The other Mitsubishi, that of Stephen Moore, number 61, was also 41.38. So, sorry, yeah, it's Moore that's 41.38. And Herbert was 43.06. Stephen Darley now makes it to... and he has matched Moore. That's where the double 41.38 comes in. So it's all very much nip and tuck. Paul Reynolds, of course, from Class D, a little bit faster, 38.93 for the Caterham of Tim Pitfield out of the S's with the DJ Firecat on 20.54, as Mike Lee with his 1300cc supercharged Suzuki powered Force LM03 is across the parkland. Mike, a previous Leaders champion, and the Leaders series was a precursor to the British Hillclimb Cup, which is something that's being contested today. That is another championship away from the fastest time of the day series, so to speak. So Hillclimb Cup deals with drivers' performance on a class basis, currently being led by David Warburton, later on. So the time for Tim Pitfield at the top then, the driver with the DJ Firecat. He clocks a time of 42.47. So that's an improvement on his times from yesterday. And how's Mike Lee doing? He's at the top, car number 74 in 41.95. So getting close to where he was yesterday when he was in the 42nd area. On the line, 77, David Bickley, a retired electrical distribution engineer from Atherstone in Warwickshire, with this car, which competed in the Radical SR1 Cup back in 2012. After that, we've spent some time as a track day car. David purchased it back in 2018. So it's powered by a 1440cc Suzuki Hayabusa motorcycle engine, producing about 190 brake horses. A lot of the sports races and the single-seaters are motorcycle powered. Helps with the power to weight ratio, of course. So John McQuillan at the top of the hill with his Radical SR. Is 47.21. As across the parkland goes the mighty SBR Chrono with Simon Bainbridge at the wheel. This is using a lot of Audi running gear, Audi RS6 engine, 4.2 litre, 28. A big car for Wiscombe Park. So Simon currently leading the Tin Top 10 challenge. We'll be doing battle with that a little bit later on, as across the parkland goes our sole competitor in the 600 to 1100cc class for its single-seater racing cars. That's Archie Kerr with his 600cc OMS Hornet. Two. And now up to Saw Bench, takes a tight line, finds the apex, just lifts a bit on the inside curve, which throws the car across the track momentarily, but all under control as Jonathan Flesher is pushing on, having launched in 2.44 seconds with his OMS 28. This is another 1 litre 06 through the left hand king up to the right hand hairpin at Saw Bench. Neatly, tidily through there, and then the fastest part of the hill, Castle Straight, before getting hard on the brakes for Martini hairpin. So Archie Kerr's time 42.96 for car number 85. Simon Bainbridge's time with the SBR number 82 was sub 40 seconds on a 39.86. Donald with his SR4 Force running as car number 79 clocked 41.75, and we'll also be able to pick up a time for Jonathan Flesher with the OMS car number 89, who's just putting a climb of 36. So drivers have aspirations of getting into the top 12 runoff this afternoon, just testing the conditions, seeing how much they can lean on their cars. Will Hamer then also at the top with his 1 litre OMS 28, car number 90 on 36.86. So he just goes 0.05 of a second faster than Jonathan Flesher. Easing away off the line. Formula 4 competitors. We have a class of 4 here at Wiscombe Park. All pre-1994 machines. All Van Diemen chassis of one age or another. Car we see at the moment is Sarah Bosworth, the class record holder with her RF85. Right up the hill by Jimmy Harris, also in an RF85. All, of course, 1600 pushrod engines. So very close competition in this class. All cars to a similar technical specification. Time for Caroline Ryder, number 94 with the RF86, 43.30. Sarah Bosworth now, sorry, that's Sarah Bosworth's time, 43.30. Caroline Ryder clocking 46.29. Harris at the top, and he posted 43.20. So just Jimmy Harris and Sarah Bosworth at this stage. But remember, with these competitors, this is practice runs, and we'll have a qualifying run before any runoffs after the lunch, so that their main attack will be early this afternoon. Alan Warburton then with the GR59 Gould post a time of 40.32, car number 98. Time of 40.32. You see Alan's son David at the wheel of that car a little later, running as number 8. So that tells us he was 8th in last year's British Championship. So 104A on the hill, Steve Owen with the OMS 2000M. 1585cc machine as edging away off the line. Paul Jones with the Force TA. So we're talking racing cars at 1100 to 1600 cc's now. Waiting for the green light at the start line. With the Van Diemen RFO2 FX. He's away off the line in 2.65 seconds. Steve Owen at the top with the OMS 2000M car 104A in 40.04 for Steve Owen. And we look to see the progress of Andrew Colborne then out of the S's 9.7. As easing away off the line in 2.42 seconds is Dean Tighe, who had a long and interesting chat with Dave Pearce yesterday. Dean at the wheel of the Empire Wraith, he's sharing with Will Luffridge, but more to the point, Dean is a Hillclimb champion of Australia. Not only have we got British Hillclimb champions here today, we have the Australian champion. He posted 1300cc out of the S in 18.51, and he finishes again in the 38s. So 38.24, I believe. We'll get that confirmed. Yep, 38.24. So Dean very much on the pace. Andy Colborne car 111A was a time of 44.72. Next to run, Kelvin Broad with the Force TA. Local driver, Exeter, launches in 2.57 seconds. So powered by 1300cc supercharged Hayabusa, Suzuki Hayabusa engine. Through the S's and away in 18.66 seconds. And through the left-hand king to the right-hand hairpin at bench. Late apex there and clean exit as he powers along Castle Straight before braking hard for the left-hand hairpin at Martini, and clocks a time of 38.44, 38.44 for 115A, Kelvin Broad. So just 0.2 of a second shy of Dean Tai with the Empire Wraith. So we could be looking at time to recover cars from the top paddock area. Those of you who are streaming can have a live view of exactly what we're likely to experience weather-wise here at Wiscombe Park, and a map of the area. Of course, we're in East Devon, and plenty of response coming back from our live streaming during well, both yesterday and today. We've got Team Legacy UK, in fact, who are here in the paddock saying hello from Wiscombe. So everybody who knows Team Legacy. Wicker Bill says good morning to all. He's up at the races, at the circuit races at Oulton Park. In fact, it's the Gold Cup. Now, there's an historic meeting, the Oulton Park Gold Cup. So
do not use horses for that?
Well, there's lots of Gold Cups.
Oh. I was wrong.
There's a big shout out to Dean Tai from Australia. So they're watching his progress.
That's good, isn't it?
That's
and
good.
He's just putting a very good time, bearing in mind it's his first visit to Wiscombe.
Only, as we were saying, only he's 2/10 up on Kelvin Broad at the moment. So yeah,
that's very good.
He's getting dialed in.
Probably more than 2 years.
Just about
putting in good times. Yesterday's, I'm going to try and say this, AET Turbos BHC Tin Top Top 10 Challenge.
Well done,
I've got it. I've done it.
Yeah, good.
Was graced by a lovely little 205 GTI, and in amongst all that, those cars there doing a bit of giant killing. Stuart Reed from all the way down from Blair Gowrie in Scotland. So, Stuart, nice to see a 205. This is your first visit here as well, isn't it?
Yeah, first visit to Wiscombe, and I'm really loving it. It's like a special blend of the Scottish Hills we've got up. A bit of forest, burn, Fintry and Doon. So that's why I would say I'm getting up to speed quite quickly. So yeah, really enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean you did put in a really good performance yesterday, getting to the top 10 for the tin tops. Excellent to see. Same plan today, is it?
Hopefully, we'll see if this rain stays off. If it starts raining, we'll have to start learning all over again. But yeah, we'll give it a go.
You have to change your style quite a bit when it's wet, obviously, because I take it you've got a lot of power going through these front wheels, haven't you?
It's not enough, not as much as I'd like. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? Let's just see how it goes. All you do is you just have to drive according to the conditions. You've owned the car quite a while, haven't you?
Yeah, just over 12 years we've been competing in it. Year by year, just adding bits and pieces. Big shout out to my dad, Alan, for helping build it to where it is now. Not too much more speed to come out of it, but yeah, cracking little car.
So you're explaining to me about the engine. So it's got a 16-valve head grafted to the block from a different model. So a little bit about that.
So it's got the 405 MI16 head on the original 1.9, the 8-valve block, and then it's a bit of a Peugeot parts bin, this car, including the gearbox. It's got a third, fourth and fifth out of a 306 GTI 6 gearbox, so it makes a cheap close ratio gearbox. Yeah, everything's on a little bit of a budget.
Yeah, but that's the joy of it, isn't it? Because you get to put together a car. It's knowing what bits to put in there, really, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of the knowledge comes from my dad and obviously some of our friends that have helped us over the years, and yeah, they've helped build a cracking car.
And getting cracking results with it, obviously, I got to say.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, no, not a problem. So, obviously, a little bit damp at the moment. You got another practice to go this morning?
I think that's us until after lunch, and then I think it's straight into competitive run, so hopefully it's not wet, but we'll see.
Well, I think, I keep saying the clouds are high. It's not. I don't think it's going to rain too much down here. I think it's. I'm just looking at Ben Bonfield. He's putting on his sun hat. He's got one with sun. It's got yellow ducks on it. Yeah, they've been stolen it of his bath, I think. Yeah, that's his positivity hat. Yeah, the hat of positivity. Yeah. So it's. I think hopefully by then it'll all cleared up and dried up, and you should have a dry run this afternoon because it's a couple of hours now, isn't it?
Fingers crossed. If it does rain, we'll just have to see. Yeah.
I think you'll be all right. I don't think you're going to have a problem with it. I think you're clear by the time you go out. So you're doing obviously the tin top. Where are you actually at the moment in the tin top challenge?
I'm not too sure because we missed the first round in Doon. We were on holiday in Florida, so kind of ruined our best chances of a good result. So I don't really know.
Not worried about it? Just enjoying it?
Yeah, just here for some fun. Yeah.
That's the best way to be, though, isn't it? The whole sport is fun. Even if you have to talk to me, you don't really want to, but it's a bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't enjoy the interviewing part of this. A lot of people will know that.
Yeah, your dad did tell me. He said, get him, he said. When he comes back, get him. He said he needs to learn to talk to people. But, yeah, so Dad's hiding here. Come on, Dad. So you put in all the work on the car by the sounds of it.
Yeah, it's kept at my house, so I seem to have a collection of Peugeots, so I've got plenty of spares.
Plenty of spares. I did say they are getting rarer and rarer now, aren't they? The 205s. And you're saying you got a 309 as well.
Yeah, I've got another 205 and I've got a 309 GTI, which I've had for probably 20 years. So I've getting pestered by Stuart to put it back on the road, but it's tucked away nicely in the garage for.
They did start fetching genuine road going 205 GTIs were fetching some silly money a while back, weren't they?
Yeah, the price is slowly creeping up, and there's not so many 309s floating about now, and even the 205s are starting to demand silly money. And the fact that now they're back in the historic rally championship, parts are starting to get really expensive. So
this is where you need lots of parts in your shed, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I've got a fair selection of bits, and I've got a friend who's probably got 7 or 8 205s as well. So
that helps, doesn't it? Anyway, thank you guys. Thank you for coming all the way down to Devon. Thank you for bringing your Scottish weather with you. Sadly, like Wallace, you haven't bought any strawberry tarts, have you? No, they haven't. Okay, I'm out of here. One day I should get some, Jeff. One day.
Keep persevering.
Yeah, that's it. Keep on.
Have we got a bit of precipitation, a little bit of light
It's only
rain?
a tiny bit. It's
only
not
a
that
bit.
bad.
Right.
It's just gently in the air, shall we say. I'd say it's in my hair, but I haven't got any, so it's in the air instead.
Right.
So I take it you're almost ready to restart?
We shouldn't be far away.
Ah, good. Lovely. I'll go and see. I might actually put my coat on. I think it is actually a little bit damper than I was anticipating. So.
Well, that might have some effect on the weather.
Well, yeah, I'll put my sun hat on as well, see what happens then. Right. So I see Andrew Forsyth coming down
down
so
with the
I'll hand
OMS.
back to you.
Thank you, David. So we're back to on-track action, and we're going to rejoin with Class J2 racing cars with engines of 1100 to 1600 cc's. And the first of those down is Andrew Forsyth, down in the 36s yesterday with this 1400 cc Suzuki powered OMS CO4. Andrew, regular competitor here at Wiscombe Park, and in the smaller club meetings would be contesting for overall victories, but got some big players in the hill climbing game here today, so we'll have to leave that aspiration for Andrew until the 5 clubs meeting here at the beginning of September. So he's way off the line in 2.51 seconds, neat and tidy over Bunny's Leap, and braking smoothly from the gate, keeping away and of the bank and turning in for a late apex. 18.29 at the S's. Now smoothly, neatly around. And now the testing part of the hill. Power-wise, Castle Straight, as it's another OMS on the hill, in the lower part of the hill, and that's the later CF07 carbon fibered chassis machine of Andrew Short, with a slightly bigger engine. And the S's in 18.27. Andrew Forsyth's time in the top paddock is 38.32. 38.32. As we also have Mark Shankler with his 1600 Force TA out of the S's 18.11. Making good progress now. Late turn in, late apex at Sweet Bench. As off the line in 2.75 seconds goes Gary Hill with the OMS 2000M, he's sharing with Steve Owen. Gary was posting times by low 38s yesterday afternoon. Out of the S's in 19.55, shy of, shall we say, the optimum time there. Steer as he powers away from Saw Bench here. Quickly through the left-hand hairpin at Martini. And Mark Shanker, car 102, clocks 38.30, 38.3 for car 102. Gary Hill 104 with the OMS posts a time of 41.15. And Andy Short with the CF07 OMS car 101 stopped the clocks on 38.39. So Shankler just 0.02 of a second up on Andrew Forsyth in this final practice run of the morning. Off the line in 2.92 seconds goes Jason Tunnicliffe with his turbocharged 1 litre Empire Evo 3. Jason Garage proprietor, Wedmore, Somerset. Been hill climbing for well over 20 years now. Started with a modified production Peugeot 205. Streaming out across the parkland goes Darren Gumley with the Force TA 1600. Darren made the top 10, top 12 runoffs, and actually scored in the top 10. So Darren will be looking to see if he can replicate that performance this afternoon. Jason Tunnicliffe at the top in 41.85. David Warburton through the gate into the S's with the 1600 Gould GR59 in 18.02 seconds. Gumby meanwhile at the top over the finish line in 38.06. 38.06 for car 106. So Warburton over the line in 36.89, 36.89. So that's the fastest climb from Class J2 in the second practice run. As we look to 110, Jonathan Varley with a relatively powered machine in Class K1, which is again racing cars, but for normally aspirated engines ranging from 1600 to 2 litre. And in that same class, Aaron Colburn now across the parkland with the Van Diemen RFO2 FX. Another 2 litre machine. Jonathan Varley out of the S's in 17.3 and relatively slowly around Saw Bench. Makes it to the top of the hill. Marshal's coming out at Saw Bench equipped with brooms, brushes, etc. And they're going to do a bit of tidying up, no doubt. Jonathan Varney credited with a time of 70.02. 70.02 for 110 Jonathan Varley. So we'll hold on the hill at the moment whilst we do a bit of tidying up. Meanwhile, we'll have another look and see what reaction we're getting around the world today from this British Hillclimb Championship meeting here at Wiscombe Park. Whilst we're doing that, well, Marshals are just about getting their work done. Of course, the red flag would have been shown to Aaron Colburn, so a rerun is a reasonable prospect for him. So Aaron clear of Martini. John Agate enjoying his viewing of the event so far. Just started watching and believing it to be awesome so far. So thank you for that, John. And speed on screen. Can you get David to find out what happened to Caroline Ryder's Van Diemen? Yes, she had a little bit of a problem in that last run.
I'll go and see what I can find out.
That would be good, Dave.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I'll approach gently just in case.
Yes.
You know.
Delve down into the detail.
I will. I won't delve too deep because
You get into trouble.
I get in trouble for that. I'm not sure there's law against it, but you never know, do you? I'll go and find Caroline and see what we can find out.
So we're back in business, and away off the line goes William Luffridge with the car he's sharing with Dean Tye, the Empire Wraith turbocharged 1300. But Dean took it to the top recently in 38.24. Williams off the line in 2.42 seconds, clearing the S's in 18.17 as he's up to sore bench and has a little bit of a wobble on the braking, so stays away from the curbs, neat and tidy. Sparks emitting from the rear tray of the car and over the finish line in 37.65, so he's just getting the edge over Dean there. 37.65 as around West Corner goes Alex Coles, one of our qualifiers in the top 10 runoff, the top 12 runoff yesterday, managed to score some points into the bargain. Alex, 8th prior to this weekend. Out of the S's in 16.74. 14 top 10 runoffs prior to today, so yesterday, so 15 now, and he's around and over the line in 34.83. So the young Plymouth driver laying the gauntlet down to the larger capacity machines as they make their final preparations prior to lunch and then the qualifying runs this afternoon. And Paul Hames on the start line had a frustrating weekend with the Gould, electrical issues yesterday and others this morning, but nicely off the line in 2.51 seconds for this 1300 turbocharged Gould GR59. So Suzuki Hayabusa engine with actually twin turbos running on methanol, not as his way through the left kink up to sore bench. Out of the S's 17.16. Now making his way into the braking zone for Martini and around in 35.52. 35.52 for number 10, Paul Hames. So just a little shy of Alex Cole's class leading time of 38.83. So now we move to the large capacity class, and first of all double driven car, but this it isn't part of the A driver situation. We have slightly different here. We have Lindsay Summers running as 122 in the DJ Firestorm, and she launched in 2.61 seconds. And when the car is next on the hill competitively, it'll be her son Alex at the wheel in running as car number 2. But Lindsay out of the S's in 19.9, smoothly approaching sore bench hairpin. So lays the power down from the 2.65 litre V8, makes it pay all along Castle Straight before braking hard for Martini, but hasn't made it through Martini. The car is rolling back down, so she's just holding the car on the brakes, and Marshal's will go to assist her there.
Brake, please. Just roll it back on your brake. Right hand down.
Just
If you can chop me. Yeah? Okay, wait a minute.
letting the car run back. So we'll
Roger.
just pull back off the line Sean Gould, who was next to go, because he'll might be delayed for a little while. So his tyres will go cold. The tyre area approaches the start line. So in due course, he can spin up the wheels and get some temperature into the slick racing tyres. Lindsay being held on a broom, on the Marshal's broom at the moment. They're using that as a chock to hold the car on the gradient. While she discusses with the Marshals the next course of action.
Hang on a minute. Right hand down, please. Right, we're going to go back.
Hang on, I've gone the chalk still.
Let's
Okay.
Thank you. Right, we're going uphill.
To assist. The Martini favourite place for drivers to spectate on their peers, as it's adjacent to the collection paddock at the top of the hill. So they've now got the DJ Firestorm pushed into the escape road, and I would wager that the approach will probably be to push it well up the escape road out of harm's way, and then get Sean Gould and the other cars that are the double driver cars that are on the line and approaching the line to get their runs done, and then they can all return together. This weekend here at Wiscombe Park been the 21st and the 22nd round of the British Hillclimb Championship, presented by Nova Tyres. That's travelled the length and breadth of not only the UK but been across the Irish Sea to Cragantlet and down across the English Channel to Jersey and Guernsey, Bouilly Bay and Val de Terre. So Gerston, the only visit of the champion to the championship to the southwest. Well, they do come close to Salisbury, which is Gerston down back in May. So now we can see on our live stream the exact location where we're all coming from today, and highlighted that 915 metre course here at Wiscombe Park, or 914. Who's going to argue about a metre? But we fade from that to Sean Gould, who with his father David manufactures the Gould motor cars we see today, amongst other things. And he eases the 4-litre V8 Judd away off the line in 2.39 seconds. Sean was the 6th qualifier for yesterday's runoff, so we'll be looking to this afternoon. 16.78 at the S's, and now that prodigious power, knocking on for 700 brake horsepower, I would think, from the Gould, powering up along Castle Straight towards Martini. And he's over the line in 35.82, 35.82 for Sean Gould. Line 69, David Yeo. We've seen his son Jan at the wheel of the Legend 34, originally down to drive in the Sports Libre Saloon class E, but when the scrutineers looked at the specification, not appropriate for that class. With all the Mallocks and Radicals. David 1.72 at the S's. And of course also on the hill, double driven car, the Chevron B19. Absolutely immaculate sports racer in the hands of Amanda George from London. And let's see how Amanda's fared. She's at the top of the hill in 45.92, 45.92 for Amanda. And Sean Gould at the top in 35.82. And following them up, David Yeo, of course, with the Legend, 44.76, 44.76 for David Yeo. So more comments coming in as people are watching the action here. Hillclimb TV. Alex Coles just keeps getting more impressive somehow. Well, certainly. And let's hope that keeps going through to this afternoon. And more
Jeff.
of those people checking in. Darryl Watt in Australia, just saying hi to everybody here at Wiscombe Park. That includes you, Dave Pearce.
Oh, including me.
Yes.
Yes, he doesn't know me, does he? I just had a quick word with Caroline Ryder.
With the Formula Ford.
Yeah, well, actually happened. She cleared a misfire because she had a misfire. Got down to the start and ran out of battery.
Oh, dear.
So, you know, bit of a nuisance, but there we are. Not. It means that she's got a car that she can still continue with later today. That's the thing.
That's the important thing.
Yeah. It's not like it's a mechanical failure that means she's had to actually stop or anything.
Quite.
Just holding the rope up, letting the people under it. I'm very good, you know.
You're good like that.
Yeah.
And of course, the Ryder family are a little bit busy today.
They are indeed,
one way or
yes.
another.
Yes. And it is not actually quite nice to know that there's going to be another generation coming along soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Young Matt is going to become a father before long.
There's a lot of it about in the hill climbing
There
fraternity.
seems to be quite a bit of it about.
Yes.
I don't know what it's something to do with the fuel they use or what it is, but yeah, it's quite nice. It's lovely to know that the motorsport is going to carry on for many, many years within the family. Because Caroline, we have to mention the sad loss of her father, Ken Ayres.
Indeed, yes.
Recently.
Indeed, yeah.
Another person we used to see a lot of in motorsport, hill climbs and sprints and stuff like that. Yeah.
British sprint champion, if my memory serves
I believe so.
Yeah.
So, we've got 3 generations of them, and now we're going to go back to having 3 generations of them, which is quite nice. So, given a little bit of time, we'll hopefully all be here to witness the next generation coming along and playing. Somebody wants to ask me a question in a minute, so I'm just going to mute.
Right, we thank you for your social comment. So that last batch coming back down the hill, and then those that were double driven will be quickly checked over by the teams, and the second driver installed.
Jeff,
the second
Jeff,
practice runs before lunch. Yes,
I've
why
got
are
a new
you so
role now.
excited?
I'm now doing lost adults.
Lost adults.
Not lost children, lost adults.
You're progressing up the scale.
Jenny, Thomas and Lyndon, George and Kate are by the catering. So Jenny, Lyndon and Thomas, if you could make your way to the catering, they'd like to see you. All right, so that's a new one for me. Not done lost adults before.
You can put that on your CV.
Yeah, put it on CV. So the catering is quite busy at the moment. Just like to remind everybody before the clerks do it and everything that very shortly when we break for lunch, the marshals have to get back on the hill, so only have a limited amount of time in which to get their lunch. So if we could ask anybody who's wanting to get lunch to either get it very soon now or leave it until after the marshals have had their lunch, it would be much appreciated, because as I say, they only have a limited amount of time to get down off the hill, have their lunch and get back up. The caterers are very good. They do try to operate a marshal priority queue, but obviously people still are there waiting to get their lunch as well. But yeah, if we could ask people to ensure that the marshals get priority at lunchtime, that would be phenomenal. Thank you very much.
It usually all works very well, doesn't it?
It does indeed, yeah. And the marshals, it's part of their reason to be here, really, because they put a lot of time in. The commitment from the marshals is phenomenal, and they have very little in the way of any sort of financial help or anything. They do it all for fun. They come along and they enjoy their day, and basically they get a lunch voucher, and if they're lucky, if the clubs are able to, they try to give them a little bit of a incentive towards their fuel costs, but all depending on the clubs and obviously the profit the club can make.
Right. I think that's the case this weekend with the Woolwich Motor Club. There's a little bit of assistance.
That's right. Try to plough some money back into the marshals to help the marshals, because without the marshals we have no motorsport whatsoever.
Volunteers and marshals, the whole thing, because it's just not people out on the hill with their yellow, with their orange suits and whatever, and their yellow tabards, but it's the people behind the scenes in the paddock.
Oh, indeed.
Top paddock, etc., etc. So.
Yeah. You know,
And I think, did you say it was about 100 people?
we believe
involved?
it's usually about 100 people to run this event. I'm just down at the race car paddock exit, just having a look, and Ed Burgess is in front of me. Now, Ed is here in his Gould this. It's the first time he's brought the Gould here. We normally see Ed in vintage Bugattis. Vintage Bugattis. A sight of lovely looking cars, of course. So it's lovely to see Ed out in his car, which is actually the ex-Tony Marsh car from many years ago, for those who can remember Tony Marsh. So it's got the V6, I say Cosworth Opel DTM touring car engine in it. So I say lovely to see Ed in that.
And they're all readying themselves up in that.
Oh, they are indeed,
path.
yes. I think they're hoping to get out before we have any changes of weather. I think we're all right weather-wise at the moment. I don't think we're going to have any problems. And they all want to get their run in before the actual weather does change. If it does change, I think it's going to stay grey all day. But there we are. Just having a quick chat with Jonathan Williamson just now. He has a gearbox issue with a Porsche, so
dear.
I believe he's
Terminal?
yeah, I think so. I think he's called it a day.
Oh dear.
Yeah. In fact, I'm sure he's called it a day because he's just been in the bar and Laura's waving her pint at me. They've got a pint each. They're celebrating, or commiserating, I should say, but just, going to have a well-earned drink. Now they can do it. So, yeah.
Yep.
All the big racing cars are starting to warm their engines up here at the moment. Will Hall's car is up there and he's sat in it. Will very, very generously sponsors our Wiscombe Hillclimb photographic competition, and he is very, very good to us like that. And if anybody's going to take photos today, if you get any good ones, have a look at the Wiscombe Hillclimb website. There is now a dedicated page for photos to be submitted on, and you can follow the links on the Wiscombe Hillclimb website, and that will give you the opportunity to submit your photos into the Vanity Hall Wiscombe Hillclimb photo competition. Last year's winners won some very nice prints of their photos. They were canvases, and they look lovely. So the cars are starting to come out now. Paul Croot just left the paddock.
Yep, making their way down to the start area and the tyre warming area.
I will hand back to you then.
Thank you, David. So we're going to plug into racing cars 1100 to 1600 cc to begin with. And we're looking at Liam Cooper running as 103A in the Force TA he shares with his wife Olivia. So very quickly Liam from Exeter gets the green light, indicates he can start in his own time, and he's away around West Corner, having launched in 2.42 seconds. An urgent pace across the parkland, being careful over Bunny's Leap where the suspension goes light, particularly on the single-seaters. They all get a little bit unsettled, a little bit squirrely, as it has been described. Through the S's in 17.9 as he's joined on the hill by Paul Croot with the Jaguar engined OMS 28. Finished in the same colour scheme as the Jaguar Formula One cars used to be. It's powered by an S-type Jaguar V6 and 3-litre engine, modified of course. So time for Liam Cooper, car number 103A was 37.16, 37.16. back in Class J2. Paul Crute also now in the top paddock with that's car 119 with a time of 40.68, 40.68 for Paul Crute. We now turn our attention to Edmund Burgess, who was mentioned by Dave a little while ago, with the GR55B Gould, and he completes his climb in 38.92. So that's an improved time from yesterday, as Terry Graves, electrical contractor from Launceston, is away with his Gould. It's a modified Gould, modified by DJ race cars, so it's called a Gould DJ55XD, and that modification took place back in 2021, powered by a Cosworth XD 2.65 litre V8. Originally in turbocharged form, it was used for Indy cars in America, and it's a 38.07, 38.07 for Terry Graves. Next run then car number 6. So we're moving into the big players. Dave Uran, obviously 6th in last year's championship, hence his competition number with this Nicholson McLaren XB V8, 3.5 litres. This is an older Gould, a GR55. In fact, this car has been the transport of a champion on 4 occasions, with Martin Groves taking it to the title. And now Dave Uran been utilising the years out of the S's 16.23. He's late to turn into picks up an apex, but power delivery is as smooth as you like. And I've unfortunately lost my timing screen, so I can't relay his progress. As away off the line, looks like we have Trevor Willis, indeed, with the OMS 28, powered by a V8 engine, but it's actually 2 1600 Suzuki Hayabusa engines put together on a common, about 500 brake horsepower. So Trevor, a winner here at Wiscombe, and previous champion, of course, triple champion in fact, 2012, 17 and 18, and he's a little bit sideways as he goes over the finish line, but all under control. And now way off the line, Wallace Mingies, who you heard earlier chatting to Dave, former course record holder here with the Gould GR59M. Employs an X-Track 6-speed sequential gearbox shift. So you'll hear that in action as he makes his way up the hill smoothly, little bit opposite lock, and slides it in a controlled fashion out of Saw Bench, and now bring it down from optimum speed around Martini and over the line. As Will Hall is next away. Another GR59, but this one powered by a 4-litre Judd, and the torque and the acceleration is evident as he goes across the parkland here, over Bunny's Leap, through the gate and into the S's. Picking up his apex is neat and tidy. He's up to Saw Bench. Another to take a late apex and then get the power down as soon as possible without undue wheel spin, and up to Martini and around, as Alex Summers is away with the 2.65 litre Cosworth DJ Firestorm, previous record holder here at Wiscombe Park. Great drivability from this engine. Again, originally an IndyCar motor from stateside from the other side of the Atlantic. Summers is over the finish line. Will Hall's time 33.38. Number 4 Wallace Mingy's 33.60, and 5 Trevor Willis 34.92. As way off the line, the reigning British Hillclimb champion, winner of the runoff yesterday, and he hopes to be the winner this afternoon, is Matt Ryder. Car shares with Sean Paul, Judd Howard. Most of the leading drivers getting split times at the S's in the low 16 seconds. So Andy Tippett now with a racing car, a single-seater from another generation. Matt Ryder then was better in the S's than a low 16. It was a 15.91, and that also reflects in his time at the top of the hill, which broke into the 32s, 32.95. So Matt certainly showing his intent for this afternoon when we have the qualifying run, and then if all goes well for those top 12, they go into the championship runoff. So now it's that 2 litre, or almost 2 litre Chevron in the hands of Richard George, the B19 of course. Richard was down in the 48-second bracket yesterday. Car with quite a lot of history, was originally manufactured for Joe Siffert Racing, Joe being a Formula 1 driver. Car raced in the European 2 litre Sports Racing Championship. But when Joe was tragically killed at Brands Hatch in 1971, the car was sold, went through various owners, subsequently competed in international hill climbs. Hill climbs on the continent tend to be a little bit longer than they are here because they close public roads and things like that. But the George family bought the car in 2001, restored it and brought it back to its original condition that we see today. So the time for Richard George is 52.24, 52.24 for number 126. Time for Andy Tippett was 44.41. That's car 125, 44.41. So that ties up the runners in Class M, sports racing and racing cars up to 1971 as far as their age is concerned. So now we move to the Downton Motor Club class, which are running on a slightly different schedule. They're doing one practice run, which they've achieved, and then their other 2 visits to the hill are timed runs. So this is their first timed run. And we got the Samson Mini out on the hill. Got first of all a couple of the double drivers. Formerly campaigned by John Kirby, and then Tim Porter with the 2 litre Escort Mark II. Just 200th of a second off of the launch time of Stuart Sampson. Wiscombe Mini Club, and at the top in 45.07. That's Porter doing 22.92 out of the S's. Powers, of course, Castle straight with his 2-litre machine, peaking on the maximum speed, then braking and hurling the car left through Martini in 46.58, 46.58 for Tim Porter. It was down in the 48s yesterday, so that's a time that's going in the right direction. It's unfortunately we're about to recover the Van Diemen and Andrew and Coleman back into the Paddock area. Hopefully that car can be rectified before this afternoon.
Well, Jeff, it looks like the weather's improving.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yes. Anybody who's wandering around the paddock, it's worth wandering on to Spencer Elton's little stand here. He's got lots of motoring books, some lovely images, paintings and such like, prints, but well worth having a look. Just been having a chat with Spencer. He says he does this as a hobby these days, but it keeps him alert and alive, which is the thing. Yeah, and one of the interesting books that's there is the Racing Rally Car Source book by Alan Staniforth. Well, anybody who was here yesterday would know I was talking about Alan Staniforth because he was the inspiration to David Gould, Sean Gould's father, and the first car that he built, which was a Terrapin, and the Gould Terrapin, which is built having read the book of Alan Staniforth's on the train on his way back from London. And then I start talking to Steve Owen from OMS Racing Cars, and Steve says to me, "Oh yeah, I read this book by Alan Staniforth," and that was the start of it. So a great book there. If anybody, I would say, wants to get a bit of history, maybe buy the book and go and get both Sean Gould
Yes.
and Steve Owen to sign it, because it is history. It's history in the making, isn't it?
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
See, one of the things that Spencer's got here, which I'd love on my wall, is a picture of the Mark II Escorts, and it's signed by no less than Harry Vatanen.
Ah.
Yes. No, there's a name, isn't it?
And Spencer's located just next to the catering.
He is indeed, yes. Yes.
So people would like to find their way and have a look and have a chat.
Spencer, if that gets too heavy to carry, the boot of my car's over there, all right? Oh, he says he won't get it in. That's a shame, isn't it? Yeah, so I say some lovely motoring books there. Stuart Turner's book. I know this is sort of like heavy, but Stuart's book, a very, very good read. I've had a copy of it for quite some time and read it several times, and always like little. Anybody who's ever met Stuart would know he was full of anecdotes and humour. He once come to a dinner and I said, "How would you like me to introduce you, Stuart?" And he said, "Just tell everybody I'm pleased to be here, having come all the way from Sweden tonight." I said, "You've come from Sweden? What are we doing there?" He said, "Never you mind." I said, "That's a bit different." I thought, "What's going on?" You know? So anyway, I stand up and I said to everybody at this dinner, I said, "I'd just like to introduce our honoured guest tonight, Mr. Stuart Turner, renowned team manager, motoring journalist, etc., etc., who's come all the way from Sweden to be with us tonight." And he stood up and said, "Sweden? I've come from Swindon, Dave. Get your ears sorted." You know, I thought, I've been caught again.
That's typical of Stuart.
Yeah, but very, very entertaining after-dinner speaker as well.
I think he won a few prizes, the Remy Martin after-dinner speeches.
He did, yeah. He used to be invited to do a lot of the cruises as well as a guest speaker. He's still with us, but we don't hear much from him. But I did talk to him once, and he said if he'd found Australia as a younger man, he would have gone and lived there. because he said it's such a wonderful country. And as we have Australian people watching us and an Australian competitor today, worth a mention.
Indeed. We've had 1,700 people joining us around the world today as well. So, yeah.
Do we know how many is listening to my name?
Oh, it's just dropped to 1. Sorry.
Oh.
No, they're all absolutely tuned in.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it? It's the power of the web and the internet and the things that 20 years ago we would have dreamt of having that sort of coverage. So, but I mean, we're lucky. We get something like a couple of thousand people this weekend quite easily come along to watch, which is lovely. And we thank you all for coming.
Indeed.
And Pat Jennings is walking to me with 2 books in his hand, so I don't know what he's up to, but it's gonna be dodgy.
No, not dodgy at all. I was just thinking, in my day on the microphone here at Wiscombe.
Was that when we had 2 cans and a piece of string?
2 cans and a piece of string. In fact, timing was done by a starting pistol and a stopwatch back in those days. But we didn't have somebody wandering around the paddock, or neither did we broadcast it across the nation or across the world. What a bloody shame, because those were great days. The days of Roy Lane and co.
Those big V8s, the old McRae and all that.
Wonderful, wonderful sound. The sound of the V8 still echoes in my brain after all those years.
There's a lot of room in there, isn't there? Anyway, back to you, Jeff.
I'll get back to the commentary and save you any more comments. That is progress. Future contenders coming back down, following in their final practice run. So the next time we'll see them, it will be for qualifying, and then the fastest 12 will go forward to the top 12 runoffs. But before we get to that, we'll also have another runoff, which will be for the tin tops. So that will be sports cars, saloon cars, etc. Unfortunately, as Dave's just informed us, Jonathan Williamson, who qualified yesterday, sidelined with gearbox issues on the Carrera, so won't be joining the likes of the Mitsubishis, the Subaru Imprezas, and the SVs. So they can just give it the once over before we come out for qualifying and runoff. So just you'll see if you visit the paddock, the big cars all plumbed into a heating element, so they keep warm water flowing through the cylinder block. So when they start up, it aids the starting procedure, reduces the wear, etc. Very involved, and if you look back at the preparation on the cars, it's absolutely superb. So course vehicle back where it belongs, so to speak, at Wisk Corner, and we go back to the Downton Motor Club class, which Downton Motor Club was instigated originally to facilitate competitors who were competing with minis, because Downton Engineering was a big name back in the 60s in the mini racing world, but things have spread out a little bit, and anybody who's got an interest in minis can now compete, irrespective of the car they're driving, and to achieve an entry in today's meeting. A lot of other people have joined that club today, so we have quite an extended range of machines, all the more interesting for it. And one of those is John Reed, his V6 powered 2.9 litre Ford Anglia 105E. So let's see, we're going back to the early 60s with the 105E. John, garage proprietor from Exeter. And I followed up the hill by Dan Stevens with the burbling Subaru Impreza 2.5 litre turbocharged, and a car that has had a lot of attention and money directed to it, as Dan tells us. This is his first season in motorsport, but he's now well and truly hooked. As across the parkland we have 134 John Wells with his 2 litre turbocharged Mini. Let's see, we got a time for John Reed. Not quite yet by the look of things. 43.22 for 132. So that's Dan Stevens, 43.22. John Reed running as 131 clocks, 53.68. Bones are posting times better than they did yesterday, so that bodes well for this afternoon. As across Bunny's Leap, we now have that Alston Mini Clubman back out on the hill in the hands of Nigel Sampson. John Wells, meanwhile, 134 clocks, 44.99. He was followed up by Zach Cobb with his R53 1600 supercharged BMW Mini in a time of 45 seconds dead, 45.00 for 135. That's around West Corner with the Vauxhall Corsa 1400cc goes Kieran Stevens. Kieran started his motorsport activities with Citroën, now moved on to the Vauxhall Corsa. Involved in taking his level 3 motorsport qualifications at Bridgewater and Taunton College, and employing this car that was used by Steve Harris, or the late Steve Harris, who was the man who so the car 136, the Sampson Mini Clubman at the top in 44.75. Pete Smith with his Mazda clocks a time of 51.81. 53 Mini Coopers, the BM style Mini Cooper. That's 141 Steve Jarrett from Wimborne in Dorset. A builder by occupation, so time for Kieran Stevens, 138 is 49.22. And car 139 posts a time of 46.56, 46.56, which was Kev Taylor with his Alston Mini. 139, time of 46.56. 140, 48.05. That's Lee Kessel with the Austin Mini 1310cc. Steve Jarrett posted a time of 45.36. As away off the line goes Kevin King with the Ford Fiesta ST150. Kevin, an electrical contracts manager from Bridport. And since buying the car, he's fitted it with a full cage, bucket seat, 6-point harness, and looking to get a remap of the control unit as well as Mark Porter around this corner with the 2-litre Ford Escort. 142 at the top in 51.14. John White with his 1-litre turbocharged Fiesta. And for Toby Bishop, 45.21, 45.21. Mark Porter powering on with the Ford Escort. Clock 46.19. Kevin King's time, that's a 54.02, 54.02, 144. Graham Gonzalez out of the S's in 22.79. As through the gate goes Derek Kessel with the Maguire Mini Cooper S. This is a space frame chassis with a fiberglass body. Conventional Mini, shall we say, still bodied, but this is a specialized machinery circuit racing for modified swing cars back in the day, so to speak. So time for Gonzalez car 146 is 45.83. Derek Kessel is 147, completes the climb in 43.7. Ian Engelhardt, of course, with the Westfield now rounds Martini bench, heads off towards Martini. Multiple Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park champion. 148 over the line, fastest time in the class, 40.34. 40.34. Goes away off the line. 103 is Olivia Cooper from class J2. I saw husband Liam recently post a time of 37.16 with his 1600cc Force TA. Olivia, the ladies record, 80.02, approaching the right-hand hairpin at Saw Bench. Type out approach to right-hand hairpin. Now she's left-hand hairpin round Martini to clock a time of 37.38. 37.38 for Olivia Cooper with the Force TA in class J2. So of course vehicle on the hill to bring those cars back from the top paddock. And that signals that we move into the lunch break here at Wiscombe Park. So do feel free to come and join us in the paddock area, look at the cars, talk to the drivers, etc. If you're thinking of food, then yeah, as Dave was saying earlier on, there are 2 separate queues at the catering, so one for the public, one for the marshals. So if we could look after that, that would be good. And we'll shortly be able to ascertain the restart time. Marshal's back on post and the restart for competition, so we'll bring that to you as and when.
Show my bare chest, I'll put it the other way round. I think it's going to do it whichever way I do it. Hang on, I've got a plan. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Wiscombe Park for the Woolbridge Motor Club British Hillclimb Championship. Day 2, Sunday. So today we're going to have a quick walk around the paddock here. Maybe introduce you to a few of the drivers, have a chat to them about their cars and what they're doing in the championship. People come from all over the UK to be here, and we've even got a competitor from Australia with us today, so Mr. Dean Ty. So we're going to have a look, catch up with Dean if he's about, but let's have a walk up through the paddock and see what we've got. So we start by trying to get hold of the people for the bigger engine racing cars. Anybody who's watching the live stream yesterday would have seen the student paddock walkabout, and we didn't quite get that far up. But today we're going to go up a bit further up the paddock. So let's see what we can do. We can find. So we have just here Sean Gould and Matt Ryder are sharing this car. We might well come back down to see them in a minute, but let's head on up it. The car's got number 1 on the front. It's got tape over it because when Sean is driving it, it's a different number. So they obliterate the 1 and they put the number 7 on. So that denotes where they finished in the championship. So local man Harry Graves from Launceston, his car here. So one of our local people. All 3 of these cars are Goulds of different ages. This is Paul's old car. Anybody who's been to Wiscombe, you will realise we have a photo competition going on, and we're very pleased to support that photo competition for us. So have a look on the Wiscombe website, it'll give you all the details. With his daughter Amanda, they shared this car, the Chevron, beautiful piece of engineering from the 1970s era. So very, very lovely, shiny, lots of chrome, lots of polish, stainless steel and aluminium. So lovely car this. Yeah. So they do generally hide away, but I'm sure we can find them. DJI Firestorm is, with his back to us at the moment, is Alex Summers. Alex shares car with the drive here. So sounds like our signal's not too great. So what we do, I might well go and see if a driver's available to come down with me, and we go a bit further down the paddock and get a few pictures. We'll be back in a few moments. Ready? This is live stream.
Okay.
So, everybody, we have with me here now Mr. Wallace Mingies. Wallace has come all the way down from Scotland to compete here. Former British Hillclimb champion. Just bubbling below the surface of being champion again this year. Wallace, as always, lovely to see you.
Lovely to be here.
Lovely to be here. How's your day been so far? You've done 2 practices. Has it been good?
Yeah, no, day's been okay. We've not as quick as we want to be. A couple of gear shift issues, but we've adjusted that. Tommy's changed parts and Lee's dialed in to change all the settings, so that was better there.
Yeah.
So we'll go into qualifying now, and yeah, I think the car's quite good.
Yeah.
We're just struggling to get out the hairpins a little bit, but everybody will be. As soon as you put a wheel in the air, it's a struggle for the car and the electronics. So the driver needs to do a bit better on the line in place and later braking.
Yeah. So we were having a chat earlier, Wallace and I, about the tyre situation. It is a bit dire this year, isn't it? Because you've only got so many tyres to do the rest of the season on.
Yeah, there was obviously hope that Nova would get the production facility up and running for, well, to have tyres for us for next month, but unfortunately they've had technical challenges, which is a shame because I'm sure they want to sell product as much as we want to buy it. So Hoosier are kind of developing really quickly, I believe, as well. We're using a combination of older Pirellis on the front and Avons in the back, which I believe are 2-year-old, but nobody's really got any spare tyres. In fact, I was just getting asked earlier for some of my, if I finish with any of my fronts, people looking for them for the rear for the smaller cars. But we've got what we've got till the end of the year, the same as everybody else, so that's going to have a part to play in it.
Well, let's keep everything crossed that next year it's all sorted, because you won't be able to use those tyres again next year, will you? They'll be gone.
I think hopefully there'll be Hoosiers, and it just means changing the setup of the car and learning a new tyre, and it's, you just shifting the balance and handling to try and get it even when you get on.
Is that a major thing to reset the car for a different type of tyre?
Yeah. It's as much feeling as grip, and be it lateral stiffness or horizontal, and how they degrade when we'll run fronts before the runoff, and so they're not so good for half a run, and then they're brilliant. So you're just trying to balance getting the best out of the tyre at the right time in the runoffs.
These are obviously some very soft tyres that you run on the fields, aren't they?
Yeah, I think there's anything close to it in motorsport bar, drag racing, and I think that I believe, I have no technical knowledge, but I believe that makes it very difficult to get the rubber out the mould and causes a high degree of failures at kind of manufacturing point.
Yeah, last thing you want is having tyre failures throughout your season, isn't it?
Yeah, no, the tyres that we get are absolutely, there's no problem at all with that. I think just making them, their quality assurance weeds out any problems, but making them is obviously technically different.
Let's hope they get it all sorted, and you get some nice new tyres for next
Well,
year, and you get a chance to set the car up for it, because obviously the last thing you want to do is turn up at your first event with new tyres without having time to test. Do you get much testing time?
No, and it's really difficult to find somewhere A, to test, and B, time to do it, because you can't go out and do 20 laps.
No.
In fact, a place in Scotland called Kames, which is excellent, but if you do any more than 2 laps, the data and the feeling's meaningless, because it's you're 30 odd seconds up here. Most circuits are quite a bit more than that, so 1 lap and the tyres are off.
Yeah. So there we are. But anyway, you're here, you're having a good weekend.
Yeah,
you're pushing to get up there. You're going to be in that top 12 runoff again. You're going to be up near the top, nipping at their heels. You had a fantastic weekend in the Channel Islands, didn't you?
It was really good, all came together. It suits the car and suits me, the Channel Islands, driving style-wise. We had a great time. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, that's good. So anyway, thank you very much. Thanks for taking the time. Your lunch down and come and chat to us.
I could probably do with putting a few more lunches down.
Yeah, well, I didn't say anything about that. But Wallace, thank you very much.
Right,
I just nicked the mic off you because I see Tim.
Will Hall.
Will
really
Hall's the man, isn't he?
Yeah,
he really wants to talk to me.
He's really quick. You should speak to him.
But I'm going to chat to Tim Wilson now.
There you go.
Tim is looking at me.
Tim,
he's worried. No, you haven't. Come on. So we're now going to have a quick chat with Tim Wilson. He's the British Hillclimb Championship coordinator. So,
we're on camera.
Stand in the bar, you'll be able to see yourself. Right, well, you won't be able to do it because by the time you get there, it'll be somebody else.
It's always good to be at Wiscombe. The British Championship comes here, but coming here, we're always made to feel very welcome. And it's a challenging course. Really, I think only once a year it lives up a little bit, and people aren't used to the venue quite so much, and the weather always throws a few challenges here, doesn't it, as well? So great to be back.
Last year we had brilliant sunshine at the time of day. Today it's a bit grey, but we live with it.
Well, you know, with the wooded valley here near the sea, the weather's very fickle, and it just adds a bit of interest, a bit of spice to the championship.
Many registered here?
Yes, we've just short of 170 registered, which for a national championship, it is actually the national motorsport championship in the UK.
Yeah.
And to have that many people. Islands. We have a weekend off next weekend, and we're at Chelsea Walsh.
You have around in Northern Ireland as well.
Around in Northern Ireland, we go to Scotland twice, so it's a big commitment, but that's the whole country. You've got the local competitors to beat as well, particularly on the Channel Islands, where there are quite a number of Channel Islanders featured very highly in the runoff.
We used to have Andy Priou years gone by, didn't we?
Yeah.
He was a Channel Islander who was a British Hillclimb champion,
That's right.
wasn't he?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So, you know,
And obviously the other talking point in the paddock is always tyres as well.
We just had a quick chat with Wallace about tyres. It is obviously a major concern for the guys this year.
No, it is. I mean, nobody have been really. The factory is a big challenge, so there's a bit of a delay in supply. I know they're very confident they'll get that sorted. BMTR have been very supportive as well. They've been supplying Hoosier tyres, which are using a lot of the smaller cars. But certainly the big cars are going to have to manage their tyres for the rest of the season.
Wallace was saying to me this morning he's got like 4.5 rounds left to go. Half a round been hit today. And at the end of the year, it's going to be a case of what tyres have we got?
Yes, tyres manufactured later this year and tested later this year, so that in an ideal situation we'll hit next season with new tyres. Yes, people will have to get used to them. Are they different to the current Avon tyres, or will the car setup have to be changed? So there'll be a few challenges into next season as well. But we will have tyres. That's the
main thing, isn't it?
That's the main thing. And
tyres, a healthy number of registered contenders, healthy championship, and a great team. Actually, you and your good lady running a lot of it. You know.
Well, we've been doing it for quite some time now. So we've built good relationships with hopefully with all the competitors, with all the organising clubs, and that's so important to come, whether it's to Wiscombe or to work with the organising team to put on a good event.
Yeah.
And as I said earlier, we're always made to feel very welcome at Wiscombe and feel very comfortable working with everybody.
We'll say, having a look around here today, there's a lot of interest in hill climbing, in the fact that if you look with Damien Brown last night, we were discussing that hill climbing in the UK doesn't get the coverage on the continent. Perceive hill climbing as being hard driving muddy hill. And it's not that, is it? It's
no. We're trying to address that. I mean, I do this in hill climbing motorsport UK, working with high performance racing cars.
good.
He is very good.
eloquent. Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Tim, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I'll have my microphone back if I may. And, thank you. We'll go up and see how far we can get and see what drivers we can find in that meantime. So Terry Graves is busy chatting there, so he won't want to be disturbed. Will Hall is actually at this moment gone up top of the hill, so I know he's not here. So we'll set on him. Maybe we go for a little bit of local. Let's go for a bit of worldwide. Let's go worldwide. Are we all right up here, or do we need to go down a bit? Okay. Dean, can I borrow you?
You can borrow me if you like. I've got a sense of you on the road.
That's all right. So, I need to put a mic on you.
That's cool.
Right. So, I just put that on your bumper. So, Dean Ty, over from Australia champion.
Yes.
Yeah. His first time doing a hill climb.
Yes.
Doing a hill climb in the UK.
Yeah, first time doing
It
a hill
is
climb in the UK.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, having a great time.
Yeah.
It's very enjoyable. I like the format with the practice, the single run and the top 12. I reckon that's great. Big if I was quicker and actually got the top 12, but that's not going to happen this weekend.
No.
But yeah, it's a good format, and the same as Australia, friendly people. I like it's got a bit of character, a bit of speed, a bit of slow. I like it. Cool. Also have an historic Brabham, and I've run that at Phillip on start of the year. So we've got a few things and a few irons in the fire we're running at, so which has been good. So
yeah, and just I know that you borrowed the car.
Yeah.
Which is always a bit of an unknown, isn't it?
Yes,
because
it
you
is.
Get into it. Now,
Yes.
what have you actually got at home that you actually do your main championship stuff in?
the Hillclimb Championship, I do it in a RAF.
Yeah.
I have an Empire RAF, similar
Similar
characteristics.
to that.
Similar to that. It's a turbo Hayabusa.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more refined than this car. Mine's fly-by-wire, and we'll put a bit more effort into the electronics, and we've got good people working on it.
Yeah.
So that's my hill
But
climb.
it still originated from
England.
Bill
One of
Chaplin.
Bill's cars. Yeah. We
Little workshop down on the levels.
We
of
came
the
over just
Somerset
before
Moors.
COVID started and did a seat fitting and pedals and flew at home and
It is one of those things. If you go to Bill Chapman's, it's a workshop. It's actually on the Somerset levels. It's right by the River Parrett. It's in the middle of nowhere, and you would never think such phenomenal racing cars would come out of somewhere so far away from civilization.
Correct.
I would say. I mean, having been brought up in that area,
I couldn't believe the weir that you call that a river that's above him. That's the water's about 10 foot higher.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
scary.
Yeah, his workshops are well below the level of the River Parrett.
Yes, it is.
You know?
So the other car I have a Dallara, Formula 3 Dallara with a V8 EV Judder, and we super sprint that.
Yeah.
And then I have a BD36 Brabham, which I historic.
Do you historic? So you actually you like spread yourself a bit.
Yeah,
you got
we
to
run different things and do different things, which is good.
So how long you were actually over for?
We've been over for about 3 weeks.
Yeah, how much long are you staying?
We fly to Italy at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And we leave here tonight, and we're driving to London National.
Yeah.
In town, and we fly 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
But that's normal for us. Like last hill climb we did in Australia was in Victoria, which is 2,000 k's each way home.
Oh wow!
So we drove 2,000 k's, drove the race car for 40 seconds, then drove 2,000 k's home.
Yeah. So that's a lot of commitment, isn't it?
Yeah.
For 40 seconds worth.
For 40
of sport.
seconds worth of sport.
Yeah.
Yes. So.
What's the format of a hill climb out there then?
Normally, they're generally the quickest of the day.
Yeah.
So it just works on whatever. Like we have no practice as such. Every run's official runs, and it's just the fastest time of the day.
How many runs do you normally get on a?
And New South Wales Victorian race, they do 4 competitive runs on the Sunday.
Yeah.
They may have some practice on the Saturday.
Yeah.
But normally the racing's just on the Sunday with 4 runs.
Yeah.
And an Australian Championship is a one weekend event. So they have practice on the Friday, and then they normally have 3 or 4 runs each day.
Yeah.
And it's just whoever's fastest on whatever day.
Oh, yeah, which is good. I mean, we run the practice format partly because, especially like here at Wiscombe, with the British Championship only coming here once a year, it's nice for the drivers to be able to get a sighting run of the hill and to get a feel of what the car's doing and everything before they actually have to commit to driving it.
And I also understand that the weather can be a bit fickle here, and that's why they run the 2 separate days.
Yeah, yesterday it was beautiful sunshine, wasn't it?
And then it rained.
Yeah, you know, your good lady said, "Oh yes, it's like an Australian winter." You know, which was I thought, "Oh, it's nice. I must come out there." But yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you for coming. Take the time with us. Enjoy the rest of your day here today.
Yes, will do.
It's been a pleasure meeting you.
And hopefully you'll see a bit more of us next year.
Yeah, it would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All
I'll
right.
just nick the microphone off you if I may.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you. No problem.
So it's Dean Tighe, former Australian hill climb champion. So let's have a look, see who else is loitering with nothing on. I think we can't go any further up the paddock because we're going to run out of signal. So we have got, there's a young man, local young man, who is very good. Young Mr. Coles, but I can't actually see him at the moment. So you can bring him down to me. Should we have a runner gone off to get him? Fantastic. So if we get Alex Coles down, he's setting the world alight a little bit at the moment. He's comes from Plymouth, so very local, so that's really nice. And Andy's gone off to find him for us. Let's see who he brings back. He may not bring him back, he may bring back somebody else. We never know. So in the meantime, have a look around at these cars in the paddock. This beautiful old Brabham here. Lots of chrome. Highly polished. Beautiful car. Andy Tippett's car. Let's see if he's bringing anybody. He's saying, go over this way a bit. There's lots of pointing going on.
Andy Lawrence has sent me your
Oh.
way in case you're looking for victims.
Mr. Ping.
Miss Ping.
Ping. I got it one day. One day, decades. Andy, now you are here today, dressed in orange, obviously as a
indeed.
Marshal.
Correct.
Now you also compete in an OMS single-seater racing car.
That is correct. I've
Yeah.
been admiring the orange one, of course, 104.
Hollywood. Tell us a little about your motorsport story, because you've been involved. At one point, you were working in conjunction UK to try and open up and things like that, and get young
Yes.
people in. So, where did it all start?
I think it started as a teenager, probably interested in motorsport, but was only spectating.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, sometime in my 40s probably, but then my daughter got interested, and she had an old Nissan Micra, and she said, do you want to do a Gymkhana? Which was the predecessor to the current Targas. So it was a £400 car that I'd helped her choose and buy. And then at some point I was on an East Anglian airfield with a co-driver that she'd found.
Yeah.
Sat on the start line thinking, what am I doing here? But it was great fun. I think we came away with a second in class.
Yeah.
And it sort of carried on from there. So I ended up buying myself an old Rover 214. I think I was the 10th careful owner.
Oh yeah.
So a few £100.
Had 15, had it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And used that for auto solos, then took it sprinting, and then hill climbing.
And then you moved on from that?
And then moved on to a Clio 200, which is actually what I've come down in for this weekend.
Yeah.
Had a go.
Yeah,
it
wasn't so developed then, I don't think, was it?
No, we started off with I started as Mark 961 5-port Mini. Yeah, it was. In fact, it was probably more of a thug then with what was in the car than what this one is. This new 16 valve is considerably more gentle to drive in how it handles. Whereas the early car, it wanted to pull me into every ditch
So
it could. Yeah, you fought the steering. This car, it does fight you, but it's nowhere near.
Who's seen the car that Ben's in, they got a BMW 16 valve motorcycle cylinder head grafted onto the BMC A series engine block, and that's what makes it work, and that's where they get their 16 valve. So all done at home, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I mean, years ago we realised we were getting stomped by 16 valve cars. That's how time works.
Yeah.
The modern cars come along, and I started doing a bit of research into how to make the car quicker, and we ended up running a BMW head from Specialist Components with a bit of development work, and yeah, it works very, very well. We increased the horsepower by more than 10%. So it was very positive, and now the latest version is considerably more power.
So yeah, I understand you're running ready for the mini at Prescott, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So that was a bit of an event to go and see, I believe.
Yeah. So Prescott Mini Festival, big mini event. It's a week to ride as well. So as a whole weekend for. It's fantastic fun. It's good. It's just a really. I would recommend, if you can, go see Prescott Mini Festival. There will be a section of cars. So yes, it's worth doing.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Ben. As always, great to talk to you and catch up. And
yeah,
let's hope that this little bit of rain that I feel coming down. Must be to do with you. Yeah. Thank you very much. So I'm not sure if Andy's found us anybody else to chat to. So I think what we do, we'll have a wander back down now. I can hear engines running. So I think we'll very shortly be resuming. Thank you for joining us from Wiscombe Park and the British Hillclimb Championship round put on by Woolbridge Motor Club. And if you can't get down this year, you can always come next year. Also, there are events in the first 2 weekends of September here. So if you want to come and have a look, come and see us. Thank you very much for joining us.
So can we have a final call for marshals to return to their post, please, so that we can get underway at 2 o'clock with the qualifying runs and then leading into the top 12 runoffs and the tin top 10.
You're here with the chrono.
So
I am indeed, yes. It's a bit of a unique car.
Organise their transport. And
tell
make
everybody a
their way
little
back
bit
up the
about
hill.
it. This is,
Pretty
obviously
much
this is all going out live.
Okay,
so,
right.
yeah.
Well, it's our second car, so we learned from the last one. So this is a space frame chassis. Sorry, it's a carbon tub chassis with space frame front and rear. It's a V8 twin turbo engine with about 750 horsepower.
It's quite a lot,
drives
isn't
in
it?
the rear wheels, so on a tight hill climb it is quite
and large.
It's big. It's a little bit longer, which is good for stability on the sprint, which is what it's designed for. But on the hills, it's sometimes a bit of a restriction to the tight corners like Martini and the like.
You're getting on with it. All right.
This morning, I had a brainstorm at about 5 o'clock this morning. I thought, I wonder if it's traction control that's killing the corner. So I'm now getting it turned in, but I think it's seeing the differential in speed. It's killing all the power, and then it's chugging over the line because I'm in such a slow engage. So this last couple of runs, I've just been turning traction off on the straight before it, and then it's powering it.
Get round
it's
and
clean. I mean, it's
up
a bit untidy, but it's definitely quicker.
Well, it's lovely actually that you've come down and
it's a long way for us. But it's part of the championship.
With the just at the moment now,
I'm
we're going to get down,
but it's a shame. Yeah, it's not great for the track and the times. I guess. The same way then.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to
blow over. You think?
Welcome back to the action, ladies and gentlemen, as we go through the qualifying rounds now, the timed runs, the official time run for the National Championship event, and that would lead to qualifying of the top 12 and 10 for the Tin Top Challenge as well. So we've got a few double drivers, cars A drivers to be dealt with first of all, and then we'll crack on with the main running of the classes. So of those A drivers, looking at the moment on the approach to the start line, Tony Bonfield with the Ulster Mini 1380cc, complete with a very trick BMW motorcycle cylinder head conversion. It's a regular steed for two Bonfields back in the day before they moved on to single seaters in recent years, but with the advent of the Tin Top Top 10 Challenge, then they brought the Mini out to do battle again. And let's see if Ben, probably the faster of the two, and of course the class record holder, can he get into that top 10 of the Tin Top Challenge? We will see. But first of all, it's his father Tony out on the hill, about to get to the hill. Ben supervising preparation of the car, and they just wait for the Marshal on the start line to cool them down, which they duly do, and Tony goes through the tyre warming regime just to see if he can maximise the grip from those front slick tyres as he departs the start line. Ben already been up the hill in practice this morning in 44.22, which was just 300ths off of his fastest climb yesterday afternoon. Whether the temperature this afternoon and this little dampness in the air may affect times, we shall see. But Tony from Taunton, company director, away in 2.98 seconds as he's across the parkland over Bunny's Leap, and looking for the right-hander at the gate. And he stays clear of the bank on the inside and clocks a split time at the S's of 23.47. The mighty Subaru Impreza Type RB in the hands of Damian Bradley. Yesterday, so this is a run for today, so that the drivers will be anxious to maximise their performance. He's way off the line with the aid of course, four-wheel drive in 2.35 seconds, as he's now up to the gate and wavering a little bit under braking, picks up the first apex in the S's, and he's sub 20 seconds, 7, as he's smoothly on his way to Saw Bench. Stays away from the inside, keeps the power delivery nice and smooth, and he sets off along Castle Straight past the hill here at Wiscombe, and he clatters the markers on the inside of Martini, but posts a time of 39.62, 39.62 for Damian Bradley. You look at Tony Bonfield's time, car 50A, and that's a time of 48.77. 48.77 for Tony Bonfield in car number 58, the black Mini. So I think we may well be looking for a quick turnaround here. The Marshal's up at Martini, replacing the black and white markers, which do tend to be getting knocked rather regularly today. That presumably tells us about the competitive nature of the drivers. So the course vehicle on its way to the top to retrieve those cars and return them to the main paddock area. think most drivers are keen to push on now, just in case the clouds deposit upon us. Get their run in the drive would simplify matters for them. So car swiftly leaving the top paddock. Opportunity to do a little bit of sweeping and brushing, making sure the track is in condition for those that are about to follow. Motor Club. Been bringing many disciplines of motorsport to the southwest, Dorset and East Devon. Car trials, 4x4 trials, which is not a usual discipline. Hill climbs, of course, navigational rallies, auto tests, and of course a good contingent of the members are marshalling, both here at Hill climbs, but at all sorts of events. Some organised by the club itself, and they also go out to help other clubs, so quite a full programme of events to be involved in, both as a competitor and as a marshal or official with the Walbridge Rider Club. Let's take a look at their website at walbridge.co.uk, and that will show the full gambit of their activities.
So the car's coming back now, Jeff?
They are indeed. Yep, they should be.
I will admit, I was missing for a while.
You missing without leave?
Yes. Actually, what I was doing, because we done another little walk about the paddock over lunch, I was just having a little bite of my sandwich, to be quite truthful.
Well, that's allowed, you know.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. There's Jackie going past us now. Yeah, the lady who looks after the British Hillclimb champion.
She is the British Hillclimb
champion. She is British Hillclimb.
Isn't that what Tim said yesterday? She is. She's the lady.
Tim, her husband, he said that she does all the work.
Yes.
Is that right, Jackie? Yeah, she gave me the thumbs up. Of course she does. Hopefully Tim can't hear. Well, he can hear. He can see me. Yeah, getting on into the next timed run, and then we follow that up with the Tin Top Challenge, and then the top 12 runoff. So
the excitement
is
just round the corner.
It's not far away now, is it?
No, indeed.
So a little bit of damp just now while we were here.
A little bit of jeopardy.
Yeah.
Jeopardy, yes.
Jeopardy, is that what it's called?
Oh, it could be. But if it's anything as exciting as yesterday, then we're in for a good afternoon sport.
Yeah, I hope so. Hopefully this greyness will pass, shall we say.
So it's Julian Rinaldi now on his way to the start line. So we're going to kick off with action.
I'll go off around the paddock in a minute.
Okay.
And see what I can find and who I can find. And then we can catch up in a while.
Indeed. Good stuff. So a road-going series production cars up to 2 litres here. And as I say, Julian Rinaldi, the first man out with his 1 litre turbocharged Ford Fiesta. Locals probably familiar with Julian as a garage proprietor up in Musbury, one of the local villages, lives in Lyme Regis. Also played back in the day, played football for Beer Albion Football Club. So a man of many sporting talents. Runner-up in the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Championship in 2023 and 2024. Also runner-up in the Association of South Western Motor Club's Fusion Fostering Series in 2023, and third last year with this 3-cylinder EcoBoost Ford Fiesta. Now the Fiesta followed up by other hatchbacky saloon, and that's the the Volkswagen Golf in the hands of another local driver, James Hudson, from just down the road in Ottery, St Mary.
But again,
James
I'm
is
not
a
essential.
motor technician by profession, therefore looks after his golf and works tuning for competition motor vehicles. And their fellow competitor in Class A1 is Jonathan Langmead, now on the lower part of the hill with his Lotus Elise 135R. Jonathan, a former English golf champion and now a professional golfer at one of the local clubs to Exeter, no doubt. Wiscombe class record holder, as you can see from your programme, as well as at Chelsea Walsh and Gerston Down. So the time for Julian Rinaldi, car number 22, was 44.50. The Volkswagen man James Hudson stopped the clocks on, sorry, that was James Hudson's time, 44.50. Julian Rinaldi was a 47.08. So Hudson taking the lead, but can he hold on to that against Jonathan Langmead? The answer is no. Langmead goes fastest in the class on 43.59. 43.59 for the record holder, and not very far away from his original record, but he went up the hill yesterday in 42.69. Should well be confirmed as a new hill record. Another Lotus Elise on the hill now in the hands of Kevin Dodd. And we're talking about road going series production cars, yes, again, but this time we're engines over 2 litres. We've got Nick Davis, number 26, in the top paddock with BMW Estate, 52.06, 52.06 for the BMW 330D man. Ross McDonald joins him there with the 2.7 RS Porsche, car number 27, on a time of 51.83. So McDonald goes fastest, whilst Tony Adams is out on the hill with his Cayman, way off the line in now wet conditions in 3.31 seconds, out of the S's in 25.2. So it's now Richard Andrews with his GT4 RS that's cautiously making his way across the parkland, and now up into and through the S's in a time of 24.09. Time for Kevin Dodd, number 28, 51.83, which matches the time of Ross McDonald in the replica. Just pause there to check that that was correct. Tony Adams then with the Cayman, car number 29, also at the top of the hill in a class leading time of 51.16. So getting the dry runs in served class A1 drivers well at around Wiss Corner. Car number 35 in 3.12 seconds. 34 Simon Neve out of the S's in 25.06, and around Martini in a time of 53.13. So even with four-wheel drive, it's a 53.13 for the Mitsubishi Lancer GSR in the hands of Simon Neve. And now we move on to the road-going specialist production car class, Class B. And pick up Richard Price there at the wheel of his Caterham. Richard from Newcastle under Lyme, a retired engineering manager. Sprinting and hill climbing this car from new, and it was built up from a kit in 2002. So time for Rodney Isles with the Porsche 911 Turbo is 50.52, 50.52 for the 3.8 machine. as Robert Toone lines up on the start line with the Morgan +8. Rob won the Morgan Championship in 2016 and is the Val d'Isère record holder for pre-1980 cars. Val d'Isère, the hill climb venue in Guernsey, which the British Championships visited just a week or so ago. But Robert now across the parkland, having launched in 3.3 seconds. So this is a 3.9 litre Morgan +8. The engine's been lightened and balanced. Time for car 42. Timothy Higgins is a 65.84. Richard Price at the top also in car number 41 on 47.55. Eric Morey, 1 litre turbocharged motor. I think the standard hill nymphs were 998, but this has the benefit of turbocharging. 44.41 for Eric in the dry practice runs this morning. Time for Robert Toone then, car number 43 is a 53.64. Rob Brody follows him into the top paddock with the Fisher Fury on a time of 52.42, 52.42 for number 45, Rob Brody. So that puts Rob in the lead in Class B, ahead of Robert Toone with the +8.
Jeff?
Yes, David.
Very quickly, there's a mobile phone, but imagine it's fairly new, just been handed in. It's going to be dropped off to the control caravan, the Clark's caravan. But if anybody's lost their mobile phone, like I said, I think it's fairly new, I would say. If they make their way over there and can identify it, what make it is and everything, they may be reunited with it. The easiest thing is they can put their pin in and prove it's them.
Right, well done. Thank you very much. So lost telephone, been handed in race control. So 48 at the top of the hill then, that was Eric Morey with the Turbo Hillman Imp in a time of 50.63. So he slots into second place behind Tony Bomford. Number 50 is Ben Bomford, and he's out of the S's of 26.89 and making his way up to Saul Bench in these treacherous conditions. Accomplishes that with style and aplomb. It is now across Castle Straight and heading into the left-hand hairpin at Martini. And he's around there in 53.56, 53.56 for Tony Bomfield. So Eric Morey, the fastest, second fastest in the class. Tony Bomfield getting that early running, 48.77. So let's look at the time for car number 49. That was a 56.39 for Andrew Russell. It looks like Tony Bomfield's done the business there. Now, if Tony got that run done in the dry, that gives him a good chance, do you think, of getting into the top 10 challenge? We will see in due course. So at the top of the hill, Stuart Reid, all the way down from Blair Gowrie, as he was telling Dave a little bit earlier. Car number 53, the Peugeot 205 on 49.67. And now it's that very rapid Legend 34 Ford with the Yamaha engine. So it's a facsimile of a 1930s American Ford. Lightweight space frame chassis.
You want more water, do you?
John Yo as Porsche at the top of the 56 in a time of 66.48. 66.48. Paul, the only runner now in Class C3 following the demise of the career of Laura Wardle and Jonathan Williamson to gearbox maladies. Yanyo 69A fell there, so we're just having the course vehicles out on the hill. So
obviously, I guess the conditions have just caught Jan out a little bit there.
I think so. That car is very light and dances around at the best of times.
He'd done some very good in-car video yesterday. You know, he was trying to overcome a misfire with it, and he sort of like misfire, miss the hedge, miss something else. But very uncharacteristic for him to actually put it off. I mean, Jan is always a very exciting driver to watch because his car control is very, very good. So indicate the conditions are very, very wet up there now.
Well, down in the Paddock area, we have very much elated Tony Bonfield, thinking I'm a lucky boy, having got away. And he's got a very interesting umbrella, actually. I won't repeat exactly what it's saying, but it sums up the conditions very, very accurately. Something to do with it's raining.
It's raining, yes. Yes. Slightly more basic, I suspect, than it's raining.
You're not wrong, yes, but we get the gist. Yeah. So, yes, we'll see how that fair, whether Tony fares and gets into the tin top. You're outside. Do I get the feeling that the rain is abating a bit?
I'd like to think it is. I'm hiding, actually, under an umbrella I found in the Woolbridge Motor Club caravan.
Ah.
Yes, it's coming very handy. So now people may not actually be able to see me coming. I was just looking at Tony's umbrella. He's correct. It is raining. Yes.
Indeed. Very accurate.
So, it's obviously very, very... I'm just feeling the surface here. It's very, very slippery here.
Because most of the cars, or some of the leading cars that will be looking to challenge for the tin top 10 are four-wheel drive, so that will help their quest in the conditions that we've got prevailing.
I was just talking to Stephen Moore with a Mitsubishi, and he said his wet tyres are at the top and his car's down here. So he says he doesn't feel he's going to be able to do a run that will get him into the top 10, Tim top 10, Tim challenge.
Yes, the saloon car, or the sports car saloon car challenge. Right, so a little delay while we recover the legend, but Jan is A-OK out of the car and been checked over, so no problem there. It's just a matter of retrieving the car from the countryside.
It is actually. I don't think it's actually easing, shall we say? Mind you, the beer tent's full.
That's good.
There's still a few hardy souls standing around outside.
Well, it is Britain in the summer. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I know. But the actual forecast for this weekend was very, very good, wasn't it? So.
But it's
a bit of a shame.
It's good for the garden. I don't have to water the garden when I get.
That's true, but you have to
my
mow.
My courgettes and tomatoes will now grow.
Not sure we're interested in but you will have to mow the lawn eventually.
No, well, that's the downside. You're right.
Yeah. So just walking around down here while we got a break. What a lovely Mark I Lotus Cortina over by the
you
fence
found
here.
that, have you?
Oh, I saw Kingsley Beck, the owner, driving in it first thing this morning. It just brings back so many memories, from when I was.
It's a very early one, isn't it?
It is, yes. It's pre-airflow, so it's somewhere between October '62 and October '64. He says it was launched in 1963. I thought it was October, but there we are. What do I know? But yeah, lovely car. very early dash. I was offered one of these, this actual pre-airflow model, for £800 once, and I tried to knock the bloke down on price because I said, no, I'm not paying all that for an old Cortina. How wrong was I? You know.
Yes, I own one.
Really?
Not a Lotus. A GT.
Yeah, no. My Lotus, I actually I swapped a Corsair for it because I lived on the hill and on the flat, and he could never get inside. Off we go, pop it in gear.
Pops your own.
Very well, you know. But then I sold it for £310, so another mistake.
It's easy.
Oh, so easy, yeah.
Do you think they're already on the wet tyre?
I think there's a pretty good chance there's a lot of activity up there. I think the chances are this afternoon that it's going to be more of a wet tyre than a dry.
Yeah.
So
because although the drivers might not be reaching the times and the speeds that they're dry, there's still the championship points. That's still there, and it'll still be the fastest man claims.
They'll still be trying.
The best. Yep. In all likelihood, 10 points would be the maximum today.
I'm seeing wet tyres everywhere here at the moment.
Are you? Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
grooved wet tyres, lots of them. All getting themselves ready.
So they've cleaned up the slicks, ready to go, but now they're coming off. The wets are going.
Yeah. Not everybody on wets at the moment, but
I mean,
majority.
if it's damp, they usually say slicks are still the best, but if it gets a bit refreshed.
Yeah. I think the chances are that some of the cars that are going to be running later may well hold off putting their slicks or taking their slicks off and putting their wets on for a little bit longer because they get a little bit of breathing space and it may stop. And it could well be that the slick tyre has got enough grip that they don't need to go to the wets.
Might, if they get a passage of cars up the hill and start to dry it, they might well be lucky.
No, the majority are going on to wets already. So
they've all got their weather apps out and are plotting the incoming.
There's a lot of phone looking, shall we say.
Yes.
Yeah, weather apps, what's going on, where's, rain today, where's the weather coming from, how much longer is we going to have this bit of rain for? It may well be that, they do hang on a little bit longer because it doesn't take them too long to change their tyres. And to see what it's going to do. I'd like to think it will dry up because I haven't got any wet weather gear with me.
Right. If it
I won't
gets
be
bad,
so much.
I have a coat in the car that, if you need it, a long
it may not be so much a roving reporter as a squelching reporter, shall we say.
See where we're at, whether we have a recovery. I've seen the recovery vehicle in action, and it's towing the Legend up the hill, and the course vehicle is making its way back to post. So we're about to resume with the double driving theme, and we're going to go to Sports Libre cars and pick up Robin Nicholson with the Malak car number 75A.
Is he already down in the funnel at the present, is he?
He's actually on the line. It's
so
the Exeter man.
Unfortunately, he not having the opportunity to change his tyres, is he?
I think Robin probably doesn't come from Exeter. Sam comes from Exeter. Robin comes from Droitwich, yes.
Yes. Lots of activity. I see the Tillicoultry jackets are on and down having a look at the surface.
Well, Wallace would know a lot about surfaces.
Yes. Did you realise he was
being his
talking about
profession.
Kames earlier?
Right.
Kames is in a village called Muirkirk in Scotland, and that is where the oldest piece of tarmac in the whole of the world is laid, because John McAdam was a Muirkirk boy.
Blimey.
History lesson
Yeah.
and geography all in one.
Well,
Yeah.
there's no stopping it.
And Tom New told me that, actually. He's looking around. He said, why somebody mentioned my name? What's going on?
So Robin Nicholson away off the line with the Mallock then. It's Mark 20. Been on the hill since it was built back in 2006. Sending up plenty of spray indicating the conditions, and his launch time off the start line 4.17 seconds. Rooster Tails coming out despite the mudguards on the Mallock as he eases it up through the S's and gets a midpoint time of 32.11 and giving great respect to the hill is Robin. Certainly not putting the Mallock at risk here. As easing away off the line, none of the double drivers. John McQuillan with his Radical SR1. John posting times of about 47, low 47s in practice this morning with this 1340cc Radical SRI Sports Racer. So the Mallock is round Martini in 66.67. John McQuillan is into the S's, so we should have a check on his progress at 32.07. Of course, there's the added thing, it's been dry and now it's wet. It's just not a matter of H2O on the track. It's going to be very slippery, having had a prolonged dry spell. So drivers treating it with appropriate respect. As around West Corner goes Tim Thompson in the racing cars 600 to 1100cc class with the 1 litre OMS. Now Tim was sub 40 seconds in practice this morning, so let's have a look at times we have for 76A. That was John McQuillan on 66.11. So he takes about half a second off of Robin Nicholson. As around West Corner goes 90A, which is Ben Hamer with the OMS, another the 1 litre machines. So John McQuillan leading the way at the moment in Class F, but we're only dealing with double drivers at the moment, so the main body of the class has yet to Tim Thompson with the OMS at the top car, number 89A in 55.79. Richard Weaver, 91A, strikes out towards Bunny's Leap with the Empire Evo 2. Whilst we were saying that some drivers were fortunate being early runners in the drier conditions, can have the reverse situation to a lesser degree, as hopefully now the track begins to, shall we say, be less wet, possibly not dry but less wet, as the Formula Fordsters are out on the hill. Paul Harris first as a double driver with the Van Diemen RF 85. Whilst that, we go back to Class I to pick up Ben Hamer's time, car number 90A, and he put together a very respectable climb of 46.35, 46.35 for Ben Hamer. And now the Formula Ford up at Salt Bench, Harris at wheel. Getting into the braking area for Martini, smoothly through and around around in 49.62. 49.62 for 96A in the Formula 4 class, Paul Harris and the RF85 Van Diemen. So official vehicles and the course vehicle on the hill now prior to returning those cars up in the top paddock, back down the hill, and then having dealt with a number of the double drivers, the A drivers will be able to resume the main class runs, and we'll be looking at coming in with the remainder of class C4 modified series production cars, I would imagine. I think we're at that sort of point yet. So that will be where we resume in due course, and that will be fitting, of course, if that's the case, because they're going to be four-wheel drive.
And they need to be, I think. It's getting heavier out here, Jeff.
I can hear the pounding on the roof above me. Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Most people have retreated into gazebos or into the back of their trailers out the way. There's still a few hardy people wandering around. So there's still queues for food as well, and teas and coffees. Nice warm coffee would, you know, probably help people at the moment. So just having a quick look. I think the ice cream sales might go down this afternoon, though. Let's have a...
If you weren't driving, you could go and get a coffee and then go across and get a shot.
Oh, you're right. Warm you up, wouldn't it? But yes. Yeah, lots of the race car paddock at the moment, which is where I seem to spend most of my time on this event. All got covers over their cars. Most of them got their wets on now. Those who haven't got their wets on, they've got them out ready to go on. So we'll see shortly, you know, what the weather does. Dean's looked at me earlier and waved his arms to the sky as if to say, we don't get rain in Australia, why, you know.
What's the fuss?
Just a little bit, he says, just a little bit. Yeah, what's the fuss? Steve Owen's hiding away in there. That means he can't run away, doesn't it? Oh, I wouldn't do that to you, Steve. Honestly, I wouldn't. This is a slight bit of a nuisance and a bit of an inconvenience, isn't it?
If you don't like the rain, yeah.
Do you like the rain?
Well, in Yorkshire, you've got to get a liking for it.
Yeah, that's why you got a good tea up there, isn't it? Yorkshire tea, because you got lots of water to make it with.
Yorkshire tea. I was going to say something else there, but I won't.
No, best you don't. Best you don't. I might walk away from you. Best I walk away. But yeah, it's a bit of a nuisance. Some people actually thrive on the wet surface. I mean, Eddie Hollier is one of them. Unfortunately, Holles isn't here today, but he seems to love the challenge of a wet event, and it doesn't slow him down a huge amount. So let's just see what happens. The car's coming back up behind me now.
Yes, in these conditions it would have been good to see Ed, because as you say, a master of Wiscombe in the dry and in the wet, but unfortunately sidelined because of electrical maladies with the force, but hopefully he'll be able to resolve them. He was working away yesterday hoping that he could get it sorted for today, but obviously unfortunately not successful.
No. Well, like I say, most people have now gone on to wet, so they're all sorted up here. I don't think there's many that haven't yet. They're just changing the rear wheels at the moment on the Gould, ready for Sean Gould to go up. Putting the wets on there. They've got the front standing by beside the front of it, ready to put them on in a few moments.
Now we'll be looking for a Wiscombe Rainmeister this afternoon then.
Ah.
Could well be.
I wonder who is the Rainmeister amongst this Hillclimb paddock these days.
Quite.
Yeah.
Quite.
Does it feel... I can see something. It's like a lighter grey. It's not quite blue, but I think it might go blue over in the Branscombe direction.
It's markedly lighter, so yeah. I think we're
clouds are high.
Possibly through the worst. And then we could be, you know, it's going to be tricky if, as we were saying earlier on, if it starts to become less wet, then when do you go to slicks?
Yeah. I mean, I think most people have decided that it's going to be wet, so they've gone onto the wets ready. So let's hope that's the case. Most of them got covers over the single seaters as well.
Well,
naturally enough.
It'd be interesting now because our streaming colleagues have put up a questionnaire as to who will win the top 12 runoff this afternoon. And we've got our first initial responses back on that.
Yeah.
And it appears that it's 50% for Matthew Ryder and 50% for Alex Summers at the moment.
Well, I will say,
not much following for Wallace Mingies and Will Hall at the moment.
The man that has always gone well down here in the wet is Trevor Willis.
That's true.
I mean, I wouldn't take Trevor out of the equation, you know.
You wouldn't, would you?
No. I've seen him put in some very good times in the wet down here.
And the other facet is, if it stays as wet as it is or close to it, the advantage might not be with large capacity racing cars.
No.
And then we start to look at
young Mr.
Coles.
Yes.
Indeed. And he, you know, has past record at qualifying in the wet for the top 12 runoff and qualifying well, like fastest. So, and then securing a second in the actual runoff. So this might well give him a leg up, the proverbial leg up.
His father stood by the car looking at it at the moment, so they're obviously sort of, you know, preparing and expecting to get the car out. And I say it's on wets at the moment. Kelvin's just settling himself in, ready for his run. And then, as you say, it come back and young Alex will pop into it, and the Rainmeister, Alex Yu, yes, he's smiling. He thinks he likes the rain.
Is he quietly confident, do you think?
No, I'm not going to boost it too much just in case it goes wrong.
Right.
But yeah, he's not looking, you know, he's always, mind you, he's always smiling. I don't know if you've ever really noticed that. He's got like a permanent smile on his face. But then, wouldn't you if you were doing this well?
I think I would.
Yeah.
We have an update on the voting, top 12 runoffs. Now we're looking at 40% apiece for Matthew Ryder and Alex Summers, but Wallace Mingies is coming into the equation with a 20% vote.
Yeah, let's see where that goes.
So we have to look, we need a vote predictor, you know, one of these swinging arrows like they use on the political programs.
I got a brolly I can twirl. Does that work?
We'll save that for later, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Of course, Matthew Ryder and Alex Summers were fastest in the runoff yesterday, so that could be sort of factoring in on people's thoughts there. We're looking at the weather forecast and the radar now. It's sweeping across quite quickly.
It is actually. It's very, very changeable. Yeah. There's still quite a few people sheltering in the bar, mind. I don't blame them. Lovely place to be on a day like this, isn't it?
You can actually see the glimpses of blue sky. So
glimpses of blue sky.
Yeah,
wonderful.
That's hope. So
there's the big Audi going down now.
It is. Yeah. The big Audi, which is Will Arscott during the drive, but he should have been down to drive the Pilbeam MP50 in the racing car class, but. Problems there, so the road cars come out.
Yeah. So the first four of these cars that I can see here are four-wheel drive. So that would be quite good because they stand a chance of getting good traction. I was here once. It wasn't obviously a national meeting when somebody in a four-wheel drive car succeeded in setting FTD.
Took fastest time of the day. Yeah.
It's a Subaru Impreza. So let's see what the rain brings us in these four-wheel drive cars. Yeah, it is blue. I can see blue, Jeff.
Yep.
To your right-hand side, up in the sky.
Indeed, it's there.
Yeah.
Yep. So the large Audi waiting for the green light, or Will Arscott waiting for the green light to kick us back into action. Modified series production cars, four-wheel drive, any capacity. as soon as he gets the green light. Windscreen wipers are sort of on, and he's away in a respectable 3.04. Over Bunny's Leap, as down to the start line comes Jim Herbert. And Herbert with the Mitsubishi Evo 5. Will Arscott through the S's in 27.11 as Herbert launches the TRE Mitsubishi Evo 5 around Wiss Corner in 3.07. So in fact Herbert was 0.03 of a second slower off the line than Will Arscott with the mighty Audi. But Herbert now through the gate into the S's and away in 23.78. Will Arscott's time at the top of the hill, time of 99, 55.29, 55.29 for car 99. Stephen Moore then on the start line with his Evo 6, 2.3 litre turbo. And he's away off the line, 3.9, so drop time to both the Audi and to Herbert away from the start, and doesn't appear to be going at a competitive speed, I would suggest, as he approaches the gate and goes up through the S's. The split at the S's will confirm that, and it does. 33.8, so all not good with Stephen Moore and Mitsubishi Evo 6. Stephen's just coaxing it to the top.
He said to me a few minutes ago, he's not got the right tyres on it, he's not going to risk anything, he's just going to have a drive to the top and be on the safe side.
Yeah, and you know, why not?
Discretion being the better part of valour, I think it's the phrase, isn't it?
You don't want to spend a lot of money repairing the car or a lot of time,
exactly.
Missing events and whatever. But now, challenging up the hill is Stephen Darley with the Subaru Impreza Type RB. We got Damon Bradley with the car on 39.62. Will Arscott on 55.29. Jim Herbert car 60 was a 48.52 into second place. Stephen Moore, as we've just been discussing, taking a cautious run to the top in 70 plus seconds. So it's down to Darley now, down to the S at 23.24 and thundering along Castle Straight towards Martini, where he takes the obvious racing line, doesn't clatter the barriers to any real extent, or the markers on the inside rather, and we look to Stephen Darley's time, kart number 62, and it's a 47.86, 47.86, so second fastest in the class, but Damien Bradley with that earlier climb in different conditions, 39.62, heading Class C4 Modified Series production cars. So into Sports Libre now, Tim Pitfield on the line, but on the hill we have Alan Dyke with the Megapin coming up through the S's in 30.81 as Pitfield launches in 3.75, so he's taken 14 hundredths of a second off of the Megapin driver. And now Pitfield from Main Newton near Dorchester, who campaigned a Formula Ford last year, but back to the sports racer for this season, is through the S's in 30.81. Spectators with their umbrellas on his way to Saw Bench. Smooth application of the throttle pedal away from Saw Bench to Martini. Brakes Dyke was 61.08. And Tim Pitfield is number 73, clocks a 55.63. 55.63 for the DJ Firecut man. Goes fastest in Class F Sports Libre cars up to 2 litres. As across the parkland goes David Bickley with his SR1 Radical. Neatly through the lower part of the S's, clocking 25.80. This Suzuki Hayabusa powered ex-circuit racer, cleanly around salt bench, and now it's off to Martini, 77. Left-hander, and clocks 52.48. 52.48 to go fastest in Class F Sports Libre, just over 3 seconds faster than Tim Pitfield with the DJ. We may be finding some drivers electing not to run in the wet conditions, but Mike Lee, car 74, joining the party with the Force LMO3. 1300 supercharged Suzuki power for a man who's been hill climbing for quite a few seasons. An experienced campaigner is Mike. Many hill climbs and sprints. First started speed events, as we call them, at a sprint in Whitecross in 1982. And he's done most UK hill climbs, including Doon and Fintray in Scotland, as well as the Channel Islands in Jersey and Guernsey. Has campaigned single-seaters through his time and now moved into sports races. Off the line in 3.62 seconds. So fastest time in the class at the moment. That's the target, 52.48. From David Bickley, car number 77. And now with the passage of cars, we may be finding track conditions marginally start to improve as we displace the lying water. As long as we don't get any more showers, then we might go in a positive direction. So down to the start line, the Malak Mark 20, this time with Samuel Nicholson at the wheel, running his car number 75. Eases it away off the line, just making sure there's not too much wheel spin. 3.53 seconds as Mike Lee's made it to the top. Car number 74 in 54.26, 54.26. That slots him into second place, ahead of Tim Pitfield and trailing David Bickley. 24.23 then for Samuel Nicholson in the S's, as away off the line in 3.9 seconds goes Mike West with his Radical. Yes, our series of Radicals become popular hill climb cars once they've done their career in circuit racing. Smoothly and cautiously on the brakes there for Mike West as he goes through the gate and up through the S's in 31.43. Samuel Nicholson stops the clocks on 49.28. Check that, car number 75, 49.28, so goes markedly fastest there. And that might well be an indicator as to the conditions. So knocks David Bickley and that 52.48 down into second place, and Mike Lee to third. 76 Mike West, 67.48. That's car 76 on 67.48. Simon Bainbridge with the mighty SVR Chrono. A handful of a car at the best of times here at Wiscombe Park, and it's interesting to see how it goes in the wet. 3.03 away from the start line. Coaxing it through the S's, picking up his apex at 21.68. Audi V8 twin turbo powered machine, and now Castle Straight, he can give it some along there, maximise his climb. I've lost the timing screens, so we'll have to wait for that time. Time for car 82 is 44.86. 44.86 at the top for Simon Bainbridge on a qualifying run. A little bit of understeer there on the approach to the gate for the single-seater, which I think was probably Archie Kerr with the OMS Hornet, as more single-seaters across the parkland. Time for 85. Archie Kerr is a 56.78, 56.78 for car. Donald car number 79 got to the top in 50.90. That's away across the parkland, looking at the larger capacity racing cars. Get the time for car number 90, which was Will Hamer with the OMS 28, 43.59, 43.59 for Will Hamer, and 42.01 for Tom Weaver, running as 91. So beginning to see the conditions beginning to improve and beginning to be reflected in the times. So 94 on the line at the moment, takes us into the Formula 4 class. Caroline Ryder, a bit of a misfire problem earlier in the day. Hopefully that's been rectified. Time for car number 89 was Jonathan Flesher with the OMS on 43.67. So puts him third in the class at the moment. Tom Weaver leading the way, the only runner in the class in the 42 second bracket, 42.01. So Caroline being pushed back to the front of the tyre warming area. So Paul Harris has a time on the board, 49.62, with his Van Diemen RF 85. So that would be the target for Caroline. In the dry yesterday afternoon, posted a 45.02 and was 46s in practice this morning. So got the car fired up, camera switched on. Just coaxing a bit of heat into those tyres by spinning up the rear wheels. Caroline now on the line, just waiting for the green light, which duly comes, and coaxes the car gently away in 3.35 seconds. Economic wheel spin, and now off across the parkland over Bunny's Leap. She then focuses on the right-hander through the gate. Steady and smooth through there, no dramas, and a time in the S's of 26.51. Sarah Bosworth is away with her RF 85 in 3.15 seconds, so 0.2 of a second to the good of Caroline Ryder in just the departure from the start line. Let's wait till we get Sarah into the S's and compare the times. Caroline in the S is 26.51 and Sarah 24.36. Caroline Ryder car number 94. It's a 53.32. Goes into second place behind Paul Harris. Sarah Bosworth is progressing around Martini and over the finish line, sub 50 in 49.97. So just over a third of a second. Here's Harris, who leads the way on 49.62. As into Class J we go, pick up Alan Warburton with the Gould GR59, which is basically a shared car, just that David runs as car 8. So Alan Warburton taking that run as a double driver in effect. Way through the S's in 23.46, and now taking a late apex at Sawbridge, and careful not to too much wheel spin away. So with the 1600 Gould, and he clocks a sub 50 second time, 49.64, 49.64 for Alan Warburton. As 103A is Liam Cooper with the Force TA out of the S's in 22.87, and now pointing up towards Sawbench. Dry patch actually on the inside at the exit where the trees have kept the track dry, but that's going to be of no benefit to the driver, nowhere near like the optimum line through the hairpin. So 103A, 46.70 for Liam Cooper, 46.70. As Stephen Owen makes his way through the S's in 23,000 and away off the line goes Paul Jones with the Force TA. Jones away in 2.93 seconds, so 500th of a second to the good of Stephen Owen. Jones now making his way through the gate. 104A, Steve Owen at the top, 47.51 for car 104A. So that slots him into second place behind Liam Cooper. And it's the stage where we're looking at drivers that are hoping to qualify for the top 12 runoffs, and Damien Bradley with the Subaru Impreza the fastest at the moment, ahead of 3 single-seaters, and then 5th qualifier at this stage, Simon Bainbridge with the SBR. But that's no doubt going to change progress through the afternoon, through this run. So time for Paul Jones, 106A is a 47.98. Puts him into 3rd place. That's Kelvin Broad now from Class K2, racing cars 1600 to 2 litres, those with forced induction. And on hill, out of the S is in 20.8. Sweeping through the left-hander up towards Saw Bench, gets good rotation. As he turns through the hairpin, off towards Martini now, and around him 43.27 for Kelvin Broad in the car which he shares with Alex Coles. Alex qualified for the top 12 runoff yesterday in the drive. Must be fancying his chances again in these damp conditions. Damp but improving conditions. So having made our way through lots of A drivers in the early racing car classes, the small capacity racing car classes, trying to return those cars to the main paddock so that the second drivers can, and the rest of the entry can be installed into their machines, and then we can start to determine those who are going forward to today's top 12 runoff as far as the British Hillclimb Championship is concerned, and then in parallel that we'll be looking at the top 10 in the Tin Top Challenge. So 2 runoffs not far away, just a little bit more qualifying to go.
I should be going up to Saw Bench shortly, so on the end of this batch that's going up now, I'll probably go up, and we'll see whether in the conditions are doing up there, shall we?
Certainly looks less wet on the stretch between the start and West Corner, and I suspect that's the same all the way across the open part of the hill, but what it may be under the trees is a different matter.
Oh, definitely.
And we got the progressing of the top 10 runoff for those who feel that Matthew Ryder, he's got 25% of the vote, as has Alex Summers. Wallace Mingy's now rises to 50% of the vote. So the voters have spoken.
Was there no other names on the list?
Those 3 and Will Hall is all that I can see.
Be interesting to see. Here's a thought for you. A dry run prior to this rain in a tin top will have been a good thing to have had.
Yes. Yeah.
And
Damien Bradley is in fact the fastest qualifier so far for the top 12 runoffs. Yep.
This is what I was thinking.
Yep. And that was early, and I think the single seaters, of course, who are in the reckoning at the moment, but might not be later on, they took their runs in the damp. Tom Weaver being second fastest at the moment on 42.01. So yes, and they've been able to employ their power. Be interesting mix. There could be a few surprises. I think the majority of the top 12 runoff will be the expected candidates, but there might be a few surprises at the bottom end, at the lower times.
Yes, it's going to dry down the lower half of the hill, obviously, but under the trees, still very, very damp, I would think.
Yeah,
I don't know how damp the track actually got, because there's quite a lot of leaf coverage up there, isn't there?
Well, if you look at Saw Bench, it looks quite wet. Yeah, surface is very shiny. So there's a bit to go, but of course, as soon as you get wide-tired racing cars going up there, that's going to move what water there is quite quickly, so it could improve rapidly. And as you said earlier on, there may well be people who are, looking to possibly play a bit of a joker and go a different way with regard to tyre selection, but they may be keeping a very eagle eye on the situation. Cars now coming back down the hill.
So I'm going to go down and hitch a lift up to the top, and then I should be ready. So I'll talk to you next from Saw Bench.
Yes, hopefully with the greatest of respect, not too noisily.
Flat again. Was that yesterday's old batteries you put in there?
improving weather conditions, we might well have to hurry some of our competitors up. Some may well be quite happy to take it easy and see if they can maximise the improvement in conditions before they take to the track. And we should be resuming with our racing car brethren, who will be looking to put in a time which is going to stand them in good stead for qualifying in the top 12 runoff.
F1 spoilers in the chat. What the hell?
Oh no.
Don't worry, I got rid of it and said no F1 spoilers in the chat, please. What the hell?
So Jeff, I think we got a little bit of a delay going on at the moment, because some of the cars at the top paddock at the moment have actually qualified, much probably to their surprise, for the tin top runoff. So there may well be a short delay by they go around and get them out their motorhome and say, come on, you got to go again.
They thought they were done for the day.
They thought they're done for the day, sort of thing, yeah. So, yeah. Well, I've made it down to Wiz. There's no chairs for me today, unfortunately, but never mind. Still a few people out watching, and very good of them to stay through all that bad weather. I suppose after you've got wet, it doesn't matter, does it really?
No, once the initial bit is done, and if you've had an umbrella, you've probably been able to avoid the worst of it. And the cloud base has got higher, so hopefully that will see us through for the rest of the afternoon.
I don't like to ask about the blue sky again. Was that before or after the rain? I can't remember now. It just keeps coming and going. It's blurred.
What does it look like trackside down there? Then
it is drying.
There is bits of dry.
Yeah, you can see the tyre tracks where they go up. That it's dried out considerably to the offline bits, but again, it's still going to be slippery, but not. I don't think it's going to be dry enough for slicks. To be quite honest, I think that would be too much to hope for. And if they do go up on slicks from down here, I think when they get under the trees, they lose all the momentum that they've gained, unfortunately. A bit of a shame, but unfortunately it's one of those things, is the weather, we have no control over the weather.
Indeed, but it brings a different angle, a different perspective to the whole thing.
Yes. Yeah.
As we said earlier on, perhaps it gives us the opportunity of some different individuals qualifying, stirring up the mix a little bit.
Yeah.
The radar shows that things are improving.
You have weather radar in your caravan?
I have pictures of it.
Wonderful.
Thanks to our streaming partners.
Yes. So speed on screen. If anybody's gets home tonight and thinks, oh, what, I'd like to have a look back and see what actually happened and any bits that they couldn't see, because obviously you can only see a certain amount from wherever you spectate. If they go on there, there's a fairly comprehensive coverage of the day. So that will be available shortly, I would have thought. Maybe not tonight. They got to pack up and go home and everything first.
Yes. Well, that might be something for the during the week.
Maybe about Wednesday or something.
Yeah.
I won't commit them to Wednesday, but wouldn't it be good if they could get that out by Wednesday?
Time to get your hill climbing fix.
Yeah. I think they're getting them together up there now. They're getting some drivers sorted. Obviously, the course cars had to go up because it's the end of the batch. But obviously, the cars that are up there that need to come down may not be the ones that are in the top 10. So, be interesting to see. In fact, I actually have the list of the top.
You've got the
10
qualifiers.
cars.
Right,
Yeah.
let's sing them out then, Dave. Sing them out.
Right. They've sent it to me on my phone, and my eyesight's not good enough. I've got to make it bigger. Hang on. Right, let's have that. Well, Stephen Darley will go up first. And then let's have a look at the times.
So Stephen Darley in the Subaru Impreza.
Yeah, because it's double driven.
Yep.
Then Tony Adams, Eric Morey,
With the Hillman Imp, yeah.
Rodney Isles,
With the Porsche.
Stuart Reed,
With the Peugeot.
yeah, Richard Andrews, and here's a good one, Tony Bonfield in the Mini, Jim Herbert, Simon Bainbridge, and Damien Bradley. So that is the top 10 listed. So course cars back down here now. We're going to get the rest of the cars up. So I should go up, as I say, at the end of this batch and be ready for the cars to come up for the top 10 tin top.
Excellent stuff, Dave. Right, so now we've got course vehicles back after they've chased around some competitors at the top. We have the position where we can go hill climbing again, and Andrew Forsyth is the first man down from the 1600 racing car class with the OMS, and Andrew with his 1400 machine is going to be looking to see if he can usurp the lead of Liam Cooper with the Force TA, because Liam fastest so far, 46.70. Lined up very much to the left-hand side of the start line, because that might be an advantage. We may well see in due course, as soon as he gets the green light. Andrew has competed in production car trials in the past, so he knows exactly how to modulate the throttle and get the best grip, and we'll soon be demonstrating that, no doubt, as he's got the green light. Can depart in his own time, and where he does very smoothly, no excess wheel spin in 3.03. So targeting the 46.70 then of Liam Cooper as he approaches Bunny's Leap, goes over the crest and then approaches the gate. His line worked out, avoiding the bank on the inside. 21.73 at the speed Essence from North Dorset as he approaches Saw Bench. Takes the wide line in and tight late apex, as away from the line goes Andrew Short in his CF07 carbon fibre tubbed OMS. And time for 100 is 44.17. 44.17 for Andrew Forsyth, so he goes fastest in class J2. What will the Exeter driver Andrew Short be able to do in response with his more contemporary OMS? Over Bunny's Leap then goes Martin Schlanker with the Force TA. Andrew Short 101 stops the clocks on 44.49, so a little shy, about 3/10 of a second shy Andrew Forsyth. So it's the OMSs leading the way in class J2. As away off the line goes Olivia Cooper with the Force TA. Launches in 3.22 seconds, so she saved some time off the line, certainly over Mark Shankler to the extent of about 2/10 of a second. Shankler over the finish line in 46.14, 46.14 Shankler in car 102. So Olivia Cooper out of the S's in 22.43, and now around Saw bench hairpin as 104 Gary Hill's way off the line in 2.82 seconds. Cooper now at the top at Martini and around in 45.89. Olivia Cooper 45.89. So it's still the OMS twins Forsyth and Short leading the way with those 44-second climbs. Gary Hill then out of the S's in 20.57, and next on the hill and on the line at the moment Jason Tunnicliffe with the Empire Evo 3 1 litre turbo machine. Now Jason qualified for the top 12 runoff yesterday, so he will certainly be looking to do the same, and if he can achieve that he may well be taking the class lead at the same time. So 104 at the top in 43.36. That's Gary Hill. Tunnicliffe now out of the S's in 20.96 as he rounds Saw bench. Easy to throttle away up to Castle Straight. Is he going to be taking the lead of the class 105? He is. 43.43, 43.43. So it's Woolbridge Motor Club drivers first and second at the moment in class J2. Tunnicliffe leads Forsyth as Darren Gumley left the line in 2.91. Darren another to qualify. So 21.58. Jason Tunnicliffe does get into the runoff at the moment. That's the fifth qualifier. They can make his way up to Martini is Gumbley, and he's around in 43.87. So Gary Hill actually leading the way now in class J2. Very tight, 43 seconds now. That's Hill, Tunnicliffe and Gunn. David Warburton out of the S's in 20.61 and now at the top of the hill with the Gould in 41.64. So he takes the class lead. David Warburton on 41.64 ahead of Gary Hill on 43.36, and then Jason Tunnicliffe ahead of Darren Gumbley. So David Warburton now the second fastest top 12. Damon Bradley still the fastest with that earlier run, 39.62. So easing off the line, Dean Tye with the Empire Wraith in 3.05. But Jonathan Varley on the hill and finishes on a 42.14. 42.06, 42.06 for Jonathan Barney, 110. So that puts him up to 4th qualifier. So the conditions these drivers now. And here we have Alex Coles with the Force TA 1300 supercharged machine. Alex was another to qualify yesterday and score points in the actual runoff. Hayabusa 1300 supercharged motor for the Plymouth driver. And prudent, controlled start in 2.78 seconds, but now across the park line he's using the revs more freely as he gets on the brakes for the gate and the right-hander that leads into the S's. Picking up 19.15 at the midpoint. Swings it into Sorbench. Heads off towards Martini, and hopefully for young Plymouth driver, a bit of a wobble as he came out of the hairpin at Martini, but shows his skill and his intent with a climb of 39.74. So we're going sub 40 seconds now on our qualifying run. 39.74 puts him 2nd fastest qualifier. 4-wheel drive Subaru man Damien Bradley still the fastest. So at the moment, Alex and Kelvin Broad both qualifying with the Force TA, but of course we've got a number of the serious challengers yet to take their qualifying runs. More contenders preparing and making their way out of the paddock, including car number 10, Paul Hames with the Gould 1300. Powered by Suzuki Hayabusa, twin turbo engine, having had a number of maladies across the weekend. So Paul from Farnham in Surrey will be looking for this to go a little bit more smoothly and deliver a time that'll get him into the runoffs. Didn't make it yesterday when he's having those electrical problems, lying 9th in the series prior to this weekend. Has driven Alex, BDG powered Alex, before he moved into single-seated in a Dallara. Chassis originally designed and constructed for Formula 3 circuit racing, 397. And Paul eases away. School governor launching in 3.44 seconds. Feathers the throttle over Bunny's leap and stays wide on his entrance to the gate and into the S's in 20.55. Next to run with the mighty 4-litre Judd powered Gould GR59. He's making his way towards Martini. Stays away from the apex and clocks a 41.85. 41.85. Number 10, Haynes, puts him fourth. Fastest qualifiers. Gould's away in 2.9 seconds. This is the first of the really powerful cars that have come out in these damp conditions, so it will be interesting to see how they perform. Gould easing his way through. There's dry patches in the S's where the trees have prevented it. Generally damp at 20.05 as he's up to saw bench now. And cautious speed through saw bench, but no dramas, and some power early across straight. He goes up into Seeley in 42.44. 42.44 for Sean Gould. Now that puts him 7th fastest qualifier at the moment. The question mark is, will that be good enough? The car will have to come back from this batch for Matthew to be put into the cockpit, but could be a question mark going forward, particularly if the track conditions continue to improve. But Damien Bradley still the fastest on 39.62. Alex Coles, David Warburton, Paul Hames, Tom Weaver, Jonathan Varley, Sean Gould, Kelvin Broad, William Luffridge, Gary Hill, Jason Tutler and Will Harmer in the mix at this early stage. So we'll bring those cars back down the hill so that the A drivers can vacate for the second driver, and then we can continue the qualifying process for both our championships. Well, the tin top is decided, as we heard earlier on, with Messrs Darley, Adams, Morrie, Ailes, Reed, Andrew, Bomfield, Herbert, Bainbridge and Bradley. So that's done and dusted, and now we've got to go forward to the top 12 runoffs for the British Hillclimb Championships, presented by Nova Tyres.
Spitting again. Spitting.
Jeffrey, can you hear me down there?
Can do, yes, most certainly. Better than yesterday.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, nice.
Yes.
Good.
It's not quite so bad up here either, right? Even though I am quite loud again still. Maybe they can turn me down a little bit, I don't know. But I'm now on saw bench. The top 10 tin top challenge, they're still struggling, I think, to get all the qualifiers together, because I think some of them have probably felt that they hadn't done the time quick enough because of the conditions. So just really to try and make sure that we get a a list together that we know that we should have. And we got Stephen Darley, who's number 62, would be going as the first car and come back down. I know Stephen's down there. Then Tony Adams, who actually put in a 51.16, actually is the last qualifier. So if Tony Adams is somewhere near about, obviously he needs to get back to his car and get ready to go. Eric Morey in the Imp. Rodney Isles in his Porsche, number 35. Stuart Reed.
With the Peugeot.
Richard Andrews, number 30. Tony Bonfield, I believe Tony's already down there. Jim Herbert, number 60. Jim done a 48-second time. And Simon Bainbridge, the ones that I know that we need to make sure there. Damien Bradley's already down there ready and expecting to do a run. So I think Rodney Oz is just driving down now, so we know he's going to be down there for it. So it's just making sure that, you know, those top 10 know that they are actually in the top 10, because obviously some of them have not done such a fast time up as they would normally, and may have thought to themselves, oh well, I'm not going to get in the top 10, or not to worry, and gone back to their motorhomes, but nobody's been able to find them in the top paddock either. So hopefully we can get them all together and get the whole 10 cars, otherwise we will be running less than 10 in the top 10 challenge. If that makes sense.
It does, yes. An unfortunate circumstance. But, yeah, we'll have to. I'm sure they'll get them together in the end.
Let's see what we can get together. Still very damp up here, very grey under the trees. So, of course, cars just now returning. They were telling me there's a lot of sweeping having to be done at the crossing, because it's, as people are crossing, it's bringing out the pine needles onto the road. So after the people have crossed, they have to clear the road back a bit, ready for the next run of cars. Still a good crowd up here, though, I will say. And how nice it is to see so many people who actually stayed on to see the rest of the meeting.
To see the conclusion of all the efforts of the competitors, not only through today but yesterday. It all builds up, doesn't it? I mean,
it does,
yes, we had our runoffs yesterday, but it all goes into the knowledge pool and making the cars go faster. Unfortunately, we were dealt a bit of a.
Let's hope that the rain stays away now, shall we?
Yes, I think so.
I'll leave that one in your hands.
Thank you.
I'm not taking responsibility for that one. It's nice actually. I'm just looking and see there's a nice turnout of Marshals this weekend, which I think Worth-Burkill needs to be congratulated on, getting so many together. The rescue crew, there's a fine bunch of people standing there with the rescue unit, and of course Gavin, the recovery man, who's just come out into the middle of the road to make sure I don't forget him. How could I forget Gavin?
He's been well employed. He's been busy lad this week.
He has been, actually. He's very good. There was an issue last night with a caravan having moved, and I saw Gavin as I was going out, and I mentioned it to him, and his helper, whose name unfortunately I don't know. I said to Gavin, oh, there's a caravan down the bottom that needs a bit of attention in the morning. Would you be able to help? He said, oh yeah, I'll go down and do that at 7:30, Dave. I'll be down there to do it. And really, really pleased to, we got people like that who are willing to help us when we have a small incident, not even motor racing incident. So Gavin was all standing by to do that, but I think it had been resolved before Gavin got down at 7:30. Well, he actually got there at 7:25 to 8. That was the problem. So, Marshal's busily sweeping up there on the crossing point to get the pine needles off the road. So what do we have coming up next then?
Good question. Very good question.
I should know, shouldn't I?
We've got some more qualifying to do, yeah?
We have racing cars for qualifying, don't we? Mm-hmm. That's going to be interesting, isn't it?
We're not done yet.
This is going to be the faster racing cars coming up next for qualifying.
It's going to be an interesting mix, I reckon, at the end of the day. I mean, at the moment we've got a lot of the smaller capacity single-seaters filling most of the earlier qualifying slots. I mean, I think, yeah, with the exception of Damien Bradley, they are all single-seaters. Yes, they are. Yep.
Yes.
Different capacities. At the moment, we've got, you know, the whole gambit,
So
really.
I expect you could hear that then. There's a hearty blow on the whistle up here, and the red flags being
Should
brought in.
be brought in. And then when that gets down to West Corner and the start line, we should be ready to go. All we need now is some motor cars.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I can hear them. They're warming up.
Oh, lovely. Because they pre-warm their engines to reduce the amount of wear by plugging into heaters.
And running the warm water through the
running
block.
the warm water through, bringing the engine temperature up prior to going down to the start line to commence their runs.
So we now have a very smart green and white single-seater, an OMS 28, which means
Crute?
it's Paul Crute. Yes, with the Jaguar V6 3-litre, originally from Jaguar S-Type. Splendid in the colours of the Formula One team.
I bet the dignitary who bought that S-Type in the beginning never expected his engine to be in a racing car.
No, do you think it might have been a mare or something?
Mayor,
like
he could have been mayoral.
A mare,
I mean, actually, Paul is very mayoral to the car.
Do
He's very
you think so?
distinguished, isn't
Oh,
he? He
yeah,
could be
distinguished.
the mayor of Cornwall or something.
Mayor of Saltash.
Mayor of Saltash.
And off he goes from the start line, the man from Salt Ash in 3.3 seconds. A man who started his motorsporting career at Treguarren down in Cornwall. Started hill climbing relatively late in life, but very active in the Midlands and the British Hillclimb Championship. I think the S is now 24.67.
Paul's taking it very, very steady, making sure he doesn't put a foot wrong. Lovely, tidy line around Sorbench, not going crazy or anything, just having a sensible run to get to the top.
Through Martini and 50.43, 50.43 for Paul Crute. As a massive tyre warming display from Dave Uren as he comes to the line, but before he gets on the hill we have to do 120. And Edmund Burgess with the GR55, and he's with you. Out in the S is in 23.4. Smoothly up Castle Straight as Uren's away with the GR55 in 3.29 seconds, so he gained 100th on Burgess, but Burgess is at the top in a time of 47.86, 47.86. Let's see how Uren's doing. Out of the S is in 20.85.
Yes, David take it very steady, but a little bit out of shape as he was going up Castle Straight there at the beginning, but now actually at Martini.
He's got some of Wallace's trademark yellow wheels on the back, I think, hasn't he? 42.81, 42.81 for David Uren. So it looks like the large capacity cars are struggling a little bit compared with some of the faster small capacity cars. I mean, Sean Gould 7th at the moment, Dave Uren 8th.
Trevor coming in, a little bit of understeer on the way into Sorbench, but typical Trevor, not backing off. Lots of lovely sparks off the undertray. If anybody got a picture of that, that'd be phenomenal.
Slides it out of Sorbench and away in 42.54, 42.54, so just nips ahead of David Uren. 42.44 was that time of Sean Gould a little earlier, but now Wallace Mingy's away off the line in 3.17, and he's making the most of his approach to the gate and way out in clean in 20.04. So nobody under 20 seconds yet. It's through the left-hander to you. Around Saw bench needs to be tidy.
Kicking in there, just keeping the revs down.
So Wallace at and through Martini in 40.85, 40.85. That'll make him third fastest qualifier at this stage, trailing Damien Bradley and Alex Coles. 3 next to run, Will Hall with the 4-litre Judd powered GR59 away in 2.72 seconds. So he scored some time on Wallace there away from the start line as he just chooses his line over Bunny's Leap and into the gate. Clips his apex as he goes into the S's in 19.13.
Definitely so. Not slowing Will down at all. This weather.
Fast one.
Again, hear the traction control, keeping the revs low on the engine as he goes. There he is, up there now, up the other end of Castle Straight.
Summers away off the line with the DJ Firestorm as over the line goes Will Hall, number 3 in 39.55 to become our fastest qualifier, demoting Damien Bradley. Summers also under 20 seconds in the S's.
That was a very tidy run by Alex then.
And over the line in 40.68, 40.68. As Matthew Ryder, the reigning champion and yesterday's victor, comes to the start line. Will Hall, the fastest qualifier, 39.55, as Ryder's away in 3.03 seconds. Another 4-litre Judd powered machine. Smoothly through the lower part, finding all his apexes in 19.97.
A lot of correction going on, coming in there. And again, the engine not going up to full revs due to the traction control cooking in.
And number 1, 40.54, 40.54 for Matthew Ryder, puts him 4th fastest of the qualifiers, with Andy Tippett on the hill now from Class M, sports racing and racing cars, with the BT30. Off the line in 3.37 seconds and out of the S's in 29.3. Neatly around Saw bench. Of course, and now it's up to Martini. And eases it through. It's 60.54, 60.54 for Andy Tippett. So we'll be bringing those cars back down from the top paddock, but unofficially our qualifiers will be number 3, Will Hall, 62A, Damien Bradley, 115, Alex Coles, number 1, Matthew Ryder, 2, Alex Summers, 4, Wallace Mingies, 8, David Warburton, 10, Paul Hames, 9, 91, Tom Weaver, Jonathan Varley, number 110, number 7, Sean Gould, and 5, Trevor Willis. 1, 2,
Jeff. have you worked something out there?
Well,
we
that's
now have Damien Bradley in 2 runoffs.
Yes.
This has not been known before, so this is something a bit unique.
So that was the top 12 runoff contenders as I see them, not as the officials see them. So, but I'm sure that's correct. Our timing crew are on the button, on the ball.
Hope he's got enough fuel with him. Yes, this is something. I was talking to Damien just now, and he said to me, I wonder, he said, what the chances are of me getting into both runoffs. I said, well, he was very lucky he had a dry run earlier, which he got his timing on. The weather's just played in his favour, so yeah,
that happens in hill climbing, but it will give him the opportunity of experiencing the track conditions at a later stage than most of his adversaries. So that might help him as well.
Wow. It'd be good, won't it? Let's see. So I've just received my list. And yes, there he is. Second fastest in the runoffs.
39.62.
On 39.62, behind Will Hall on 39.55.
Correct.
And Alex Cole's on 39.74. Again, favouring the smaller engine, I suppose, isn't it?
Yep.
And that
I think the big cars, even on the wet tyres, just couldn't put their power down to such an extent. But you know, that just shows the skills of the likes of Ryder, Summers, Menzies et al. In what they've just achieved. And you know, by the time they get onto the other time, we've had the tin top 10 challenge, then the track will be that little bit better, so they may well be able to deliver more of their potential. So quickly bringing those cars back down the hill so they can be fettled up. And I hope we've rounded up all the contenders for the tin top 10.
So the cars are starting to return back past us now. Andy Tippett's just gone by. Paul Crew. Ed Burgess. David Uren. Trevor Willis.
Trevor just making the cut.
Wallace Menzies on his way down. Will Hall, Alex Summers, and Matt Ryder coming down in that order, followed by the course car.
And then it's down to the tin tops.
Unfortunately, I can hardly hear you on my headset, so we'll have to just play it a little bit by ear. Rushing across the crossing up here to get the pine needles off, doing a fabulous job, and they're now just putting the brushes back, going back to post, closing the gates off, and very shortly we'll be in a position to run again.
And that running will be the Tin Top Runoff. That's next on the agenda. Supported by AET turbos. We've got...
yeah, if I can hardly hear you on my headset, so and the PA's fairly quiet up here at the moment.
Yeah, mine's gone quiet as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've just got the official list coming, so just so we can
Do we know how many we've got
rubber
for the
stamp
top 10 Tin Top?
Yeah, first of all, I've got to deal with the list for the top 12 runoff, which is now official. So we can officially say number 7, which is Sean Gould, will go up as he's the double driver. And then we go 5, 110, 91, 10, Paul Hames, 8, David Warburton, 4, Wallace Mingies, 2, Alex Summers, and 1, Matthew Ryder, 115, Alex Coles, and then 62A, Damien Bradley, with Will Hall last to run. So that does confirm what we've already announced. So that's all done and official. So yeah, now we can focus on the top 10 Tin Top Challenge.
So we now have the list ready.
Yep.
So
we'll be
obviously we're looking for cars now.
We'll be looking for Mr. Darley, yes, indeed. They might want to really make sure, as you say, they've got enough fuel, because time is going to be tight with the car toing and froing in the top 10, and then getting it ready for Damien in the top 12 runoff.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the PA engineer can hear us, but very, very quiet up here at the moment. The level's gone down.
On the speakers, on the output. So here we go. We got some of our Tin Tops ready and making their way to the start line. And of course 62, Stephen Darley the first, an accountant from York.
That's better, I can hear now.
Good. The 2011 Harewood champion. Qualified for the top 12 runoff at Harewood back in July. On the line now. First to run in the AET turbos, British Tin Top top 10. Darley waiting for the green light, which he has, and away with the four-wheel drive Subaru in 2.87 seconds. Quickly progressing up through the gears and twitching away over Bunny's Leap. Picks his braking point for the gate. Neat on the first apex in the S's. Launched in 2.87 and out of the S's in 21.79.
So just passing us here. Black smoke popping out the exhaust both sides as he gets off. change gear. Very, very tidy though.
.84.86 is our opening time. 44.86 for Stephen Darley.
Well, Stephen had come straight back down now.
Yep.
Obviously because the car's got to be ready for Damien for his runs.
And as soon as he's done that, we can organise Tony Adams and the Porsche Cayman. Tony qualifying on 51.16, but I would wager that the track conditions have improved since then. But I'm sat in a metal cabin with a roof over my head, so...
Everybody give Stephen a bit of a wave as he comes back down. This will be the last time you'll see him this afternoon. Give him a wave, give him a clap. Giving the thumbs up to everybody as he goes past. Stephen, the main man building this car, they call it the Red Baron. First time that Damien's driven it here yesterday, and he actually eclipsed the time that he normally does in his Legacy. So very, very pleased with his results yesterday with this car. So is your next car ready down there, Jeff?
So a few amendments to the running order for the top 10 Tin Top Challenge. We were expecting Tony Adams to be next, but won't be running. We'll also lose the other Porsche, Richard Andrews, with the GT4 RS as well. So we'll move straight away to Herman Imp, and he's on his way down to the start line as I speak with the 1 litre turbo machine. Just comes up to a brief halt at the tyre warming area and waits to be called down for the start line, and he duly makes his way. Followed by Rodney Isles with the Porsche Turbo, 3.8 litre. Green light for Moray, who looks to have recovered well from his spin at the gate yesterday afternoon, and he's away in 3.55 seconds on a track that's improving in conditions. Not yet dry by any means, but better than it was an hour ago, and it keeps a wide line from the gate. Being cautious there, 24.09 as he comes through the top of the S's. Finds the left-hander and up to you at Saw Bench.
Oh, lovely bit of oversteer there out of Saw Bench. As Eric was coming in, you see the suspension is very soft on the front, and it went down, lots of negative camber showing. Turned it into the corner, the back end stepped up, the power there, kept the power on, and honestly over the finish line.
No problems at Martini, and car number 48, Eric Maury, clocks 48.29. 48.29. So Stephen Darley leads the way at the moment. Rod Isles launched in 2.8 seconds. Tiverton driver now over Bunny's Leap and making his approach to the gate. Through the S's in 23.15.
Very quiet, actually, hardly hear the car coming.
Whooshing up to you now.
Whooshing is the word.
Whooshing.
Getting the power down. Ever so deceptive, this car, very, very quick, and Rodney, being a very experienced driver, makes it look so easy.
No problems at Martini to record 47.15, 47.15. So into second place goes Rodney Isles, leading Eric Maury in third, and trailing Darley with the Subaru. Now Scotsman with a Peugeot is away up the hills. That's Stuart Reid, qualified on 49.67, but may well be able to improve on those sort of times with the improving conditions. 3.5 away from the line.
Yeah, she's a bit quick as well.
Got good
That front-wheel drive, obviously, pulling him along. Well, a little bit wayward on the way out of Sorbench. I thought he may have been popping off onto the grass. He got it back and kept it on the tarmac.
Clobbers one of the marker posts on his way round to record a time of 46.50, 46.50 for Stuart Reid. So that puts him into third place at the moment. As we move to Tony Bonfield with the Mini.
You know the irony is Ben Bonfield was only one place away from qualifying into this yesterday. Poor Ben.
No, that's the way it goes. 3.28 then for the company director from Taunton as he's ascending the incline to Bunny's Leap. Suspension goes light, chooses his braking point and just picks up the apex on the way into the gate. Neat and tidy are the lower S's in 27.18. Through the left-hander and up to you, Dave.
Yeah, a little twin cam mini engine buzzing away there. Tony's obviously enjoying this chance to be in the top 10. And over the finish.
And over the line in 54.65, 54.65. There's now Jim Herbert with the Mitsubishi is away, having launched in 3.06 seconds. This is the Evo 5 TRE, 2.3 turbo, of course. Herbert from Winchester, qualified on 48.52. Now through the S's in 22.90. So four-wheel drive still key in these tricky conditions.
Very sedately around Sorbench, but making sure it's controlled, not trying to put too much power down too quickly. I'm not sure if he still isn't on the switch, to be quite honest. And over the finish.
And he clocks a time of 46.86, 46.86. So still Darley leading the way from Reid in the Peugeot. Is on the hill on the hands of Simon Bainbridge. Departed the line in 3.05. Be interesting to see how this mighty machine goes in the wet. The S's is 20.82.
Simon getting the power down out of Sorbench. Lovely line up towards Martini. Taking it steady though, you can see he's not giving it full commitment.
Finishes in 42.52. So that makes him fastest, even with a, shall we say, circumspect run.
Yeah, I think it was,
paid back.
Taking it a little bit steady.
Paid back.
I think you probably could have got away with a little bit more, but why push it beyond the limit?
Damien Bradley away now, and he's got a lot of work to do both here and in the top 12 runoff. 2.85 at Type RB, their recent creation, leaving the S's behind in 21.52. Darley posted a 44.86 in the same car.
Yes, nice tidy line, straight on the power, even about a little bit going up Castle Straight, but popping and banging on the overrun as he turns into Martini now. Back on the power, over the finish.
43.84, 43.84 for Damien Bradley. So I would suggest that Simon Bainbridge is the fastest there on 42.52. With Simon Bainbridge 42.52. 42.52 for Simon Bainbridge. Damien Bradley on 43.84. In second, Stephen Darley third with that early climb of 44.86. And also with a 46 time, second time, in fact, 46.86 is Jim Herbert in fourth place. So Bradley missing out today, taking the laurels yesterday. Bainbridge turning the tables today with that climb of 42.52. So now we've got to get the car back and do a little bit of a quick check and prepare for the top 12.
He may well have been conserving the car a little bit there for the top 12. Because obviously he realised he's got another run to do. So first of all, we're going to have Sean Gould, aren't we? Which he will come up and then go back down straight away.
Yep, number 7.
Yep, number 7. And then we go to Trevor Willis, number 5.
Yep.
Number 110, Jonathan Varley. 91, Tom Weaver. Number 10, Paul Haynes. Number 8, Dave Warburton. Number 4, Royce Hughes. Number 2, Alex Summers. Number 1, Matthew Ryder. Number 115, Alex Coles. 62A, Damien Bradley. And number 3, Will Hall. So that will be the order of the top 12 runoffs. So we're just waiting for the cars to come back down. Obviously, this is, with the exception of Damien, this is the last time we'll see these cars this afternoon competing. So if we could show our appreciation to them as they come back down, make them feel welcome. They'll be coming out the top paddock shortly. Do you have any rain down there, Jeff? It's still wet, but there's no moisture falling on us, shall we say?
Not that I can see.
Oh, that's good news. Our rescue crew coming up now. You saw the microphone, he's gone back again. So here the cars come. Eric Murray first, coming down. All the way down from up. It's Yorkshire or somewhere, isn't it? Yeah. Big cheer, lots of waving and clapping. That's it, you got the idea. Yes. That lovely little imp of his. Rod Isles. He could take on the sign of Old Man of the Hill almost, couldn't he, Rod? He's been around for so many years. Jim Herbert in the Mitsubishi. Time in the top 12 runoff. Big cheer. Oh, lots of noise for him. Get some noise. And Damien Bradley in the Subaru, who we'll see again in a minute. And then the Wiscombe tidy up crew in their lovely Nissan X-Trail, not quite keeping up with the pace, unfortunately. So there's a few people on the crossing again, so we'll just wait for them to cross, and then we can get the track swept again in the course car on its way back down. Nigel and Jenny in the course car today, keeping a... So Jeff, later in the year we've still got 2 weekends of motorsport to go here, don't we?
Indeed.
Yeah.
The 4 events, three clubs, and yeah, 2 weekends.
2 weekends of motorsport in September. So the first full weekend of September is the 5 clubs event, which is very much a club event. Quite a lot of the club event cars that you see throughout the year here, and that's a 2-day meeting. And the following weekend is the MG Car Club meeting, which we get a nice selection of. The following day, the last meeting of the year, the motorcycles, where we have motorcycles with 2 wheels, outfits with 3 wheels, and three-wheelers with 3 wheels, naturally, all here taking part. So quite a good thing to watch, that is. Very, very spectacular.
Yes, they attack the hill with a certain abandon, I think.
Apparently quad bikes have got 4 wheels, and I didn't mention them, Mr. Peter. I'm getting barracked up here, Jeff. Can I come down there?
Do quad bikes feature in the National Hill Climb?
Oh, I hope not.
No.
Oh, dear. I'd shudder to see quad bikes. Yeah. Have you been ever...
Too easy to fall off.
No, my mum wasn't keen on me riding motorbikes, but it didn't stop her as a young girl riding on the back of my dad's motorcycle, and days before crash helmets and all that, you know, and they used to have a leather flying helmet, she said, no speedometer, and her friends were on another motorcycle and they couldn't keep up, and they were showing 80 miles an hour on their speedo. So this is in the 1930s, you know, and safety's moved on a lot since then on the motorcycles, and the roads have improved a lot. But yes, never really took to motorcycles. Used to fall off as soon as I got on, so I thought, no, it's not for me.
Yeah, it's very similar. So yeah, at least you can't fall off of 4 wheels. You can do a lot more damage, but you can't fall off.
You know, hurts.
Yeah. So a bit of a frenetic activity, I guess, in the racing car and Paddock as they prepare and notice actually what were they still on the wets?
Be interesting to see, won't it?
Is it good enough to go to slicks?
I think it might be at the bottom of the hill, but I don't think so.
Still not under the trees?
No. There's a little dry patch on the inside of saw bench. But
there is, isn't there, under that tree? Yeah.
Can you see that on the camera?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Some dryness down the bottom, but even from the pictures, as Martini looks a bit greasy.
No, I missed all of that. It's very. My earpiece has gone quiet again.
So Martini's looking a bit greasy. Saw bench is a bit greasy.
Why Martini, would you?
Wouldn't you?
Oh, I don't know. Is your name Bond?
Some people do. So the Subaru's ready, and it's the single seaters we need at the moment.
It's looking very green up here, I will say that. The little shower of rain has made everything glisten a little bit.
Has it freshened things up?
It does, yes. So the first car will be due soon, which will be Sean Gould. He will do a run up.
And a run down.
And a run through the paddock and straight back down again, so that it can be prepared to run. So I was talking to Sean, and I said to him, you know, I had to ask him what happened yesterday, just out of nosiness, really. And he said that he had turned the traction control off and hadn't actually turned it right back on. And when he went round Woods Corner, he accelerated, and it just got away from him. It said it just came in like a switch. So it sounds like we're getting ready down there.
Yep, we are in business with Mr. Gould from Hungerford in Berkshire. With, I think we could call it the Works Development Company, couldn't we? The GR59. 40 to Judd. Sean waiting for the green light. Runoff victory at Doom last year. He's got the green light. Here's his chance, but he's got to save the car for that rider, really, who's leading the championship. 2.87 seconds for Sean as he's over Bunny's Leap in a flash and keeping very much to the left-hand side of the course as he goes right through the gate.
He hits some of the fluffy markers. He's using all the track. He's still on wets, I see, all the way round. Very cautious, very, very cautious around saw bench. Then struggling to get the power down a little bit as he exited. But he definitely tweaked the marker posts as he came through the S's.
39.51 for Sean Gould. He seemed to hesitate a bit with the traction control coming out of the bench.
Yeah, a little bit of a hesitation.
And certainly, as you say, clattered the markers, took 2 of them out at Martini, so we'll need a bit of Marshal's attention there once he makes his way back down the hill, which he is doing very swiftly.
Again, it's the last time we see Sean for the afternoon. Give him a wave, give him a cheer. That's it. And he goes back down to get the car ready for Matt. So he's just passed us here, Jeff, on his way back down to you. He's kept the marshals busy, getting the marker posts back in place.
As soon as he's made his way into the paddock,
do that for everyone.
And freed up the exit, then we can have Trevor
So
Willis out with
so maybe they
the
go straight on to
OMS,
one of the cams up there then if they want to.
interrupting the numerous climbs of the GR59 Goulds. Trevor lives near the hill climb venue Shelsey Walsh, in fact. That's Sean Gould. Trevor started hill climbing with a self-built road going Westfield, which, as in a lot of hill climbing, was then developed and improved over the years and became sprint and hill climb champion of the CCC in 1996 and 97. Picked up the Midland Hill Climb Championship in 99, and then started his relationship with the British Hillclimb Championship, in which he finished 10th back in 2001. Took the Leaders Championship, which is now the British Hillclimb Cup, in 2005, and then started with the OMS CF06 with a V8 motorcycle engine, which is very similar to what he's employing now. 2 Hayabusa engines brought together. First runoff victory came at Booley Bay back in 2007, and then he came back over the English Channel and repeated the feat here at Wiscombe Park. Continued to develop and improve the car, which netted the British Hillclimb Championship for him in 2012, 17 and 18, I believe. So now very much into the play. Former record holder here at Wiscombe Park, of course. Took a runoff win at Booley Bay last season and has finished 3rd at Harewood and Doon in 2025. Just cleaning the tyres. Trevor will be on groove tyres as well.
Many years ago, I was watching Trevor when they had sort of directional grooved tyres. And the ones he put on the rear, he put on what I would say was back to front. But it worked for him. Here we're starting up now.
There's the front of the car shuddering as he warms the tyres, a staccato approach, and sees the track conditions still damp as steam was coming off the tyres as he spun the rear wheels up. He's now taken his position on the start line with his OMS 28, the RPE motor, 21600 Suzuki Hayabusas, remember, giving about 500, eases it off the line very quietly in 3.2 seconds. Determined not to waste any undue time there with wheel spin. Now sparks coming from the under tray as he approaches Bunny's Leap through the gate. He launched in 3.2 and out of the S's in 19.96.
Right in the middle of the course, steady round, lots of daylight under the front wheels, and then putting the power down, sparks off the under tray, then phenomenal to watch those sparks. And on the brakes, and he will be crossing the line at Martini any second now.
Controlled exit to Sorbench, controlled entry to Martini, 40.67, 40.67 for Trevor Willis. So he goes second fastest behind Sean Gould. 2 down, 10 to go. And the next man, Jonathan Varley, with the GWR Predator. Jonathan from Telford, 2-litre engine. This is basically 2 Yamaha R1 engines amalgamated together, running on Avon tyres away off the line. Those Avon's giving him grip to achieve a time of 3.33 seconds. And now he unleashes the power over Bunny's Leap as he sorts his line out for the gate, staying wide, and then turning in through the first part of the S's and away in 21.08, so down on Willis.
Nice controlled entry into Sorbench. Little bit of daylight under the wheels, but he found the line out very straight up past us, onto those gates.
43.09 for Jonathan Varley. So Gould, Willis and Varley in order so far. 2 runners from Class L, 1 from K1. And now to the line comes Tom Weaver. With the Empire Evo 1-litre machine, so from Class I, racing cars 600 to 1100cc. Marshal refers him to the light, which now goes green. Tom needs to employ his best start technique. And away, easing off the line in 3.15 seconds. Now let's see how the diminutive 1-litre machine will perform in these conditions. A little bit light over Bunny's Leap, but all under control through the early part of the S's in 20.89.
Sounding lovely, looking lovely, very steady, getting the power down, very high revving happens in this little car, and a bit of popping as he's braking for Martini.
Through Martini over the line in 42.02 to go into 3rd place. So Sean Gould still the fastest on 39.51 with the Gould Judd. Trevor Willis with the OMS at 40.67. Weaver then on 42.02 with the Empire Evo, and Jonathan Varley on 43.09 with the GWR Predator. So next to run should be Paul Hames. And he's on the line and away. Off the line in 3.24 seconds. And from Farnham in Surrey. Suzuki Hayabusa equipped with twin turbos, pushing him through the S's in 20.3.
Getting that power down, but very, very smooth run that.
Martini over the line in 41.47, 41.47, so that slots him into 3rd place. Gould, Willis, Hames, Weaver and Varley all scoring points at the moment. As up to the line is David Warburton with the Gould GR 59, but 1600cc version, so we're not looking at the 3.3 Cosworths or 4D2 Judds. 3.21 off the start line, so That's in the ballpark as David's into the braking area for the gate. No dramas there. Approaches the S's in 20 seconds dead, so he's up on some.
Again, a very steady entry in. Nice line out. Just a little bit wayward as he's going up there. You can see he's struggling to get traction. But no, Martini turning in over the line.
40.54, 40.54, so that puts him in front of Trevor Willis into second place. Just 13 hundredths of a second ahead of Willis. Willis about 8 tenths ahead of Paul Hayes. That's coming to the line now. Wallace Mingies, full-time champion with the 3.3 litre Cosworth GR59M. Currently second in the championship, trailing Matthew Ryder by 8 points after yesterday's event, which saw Wallace finish in third place behind Ryder and Summers. The man from Alloa gets the green light. And edges forward over the start line, but will get another chance, I think. Second attempt for Wallace, and he's away in 3.01, so very much in the ballpark there in today's conditions. Takes a tighter line on the entrance to the gate than some, and he's sub 20, 19.50, our fastest in the S's so far.
Nice and smooth, controlled. A little bit of trouble getting the traction down, still weaving around a little bit all the way up through Castle Straight.
Saw bench is good in 39.73, so just misses out on Sean Gould's time, 39.73, so Wallace Mingy slots into second place. Sean Gould still hanging on by just under 0.2 of a second. As to the line, our next qualifier, previous Wiscombe record holder and national champion Alex Summers with the DJ Firestorm. On the start line, car designer from Henley in Ireland, the 2.65 litre Cosworth XD V8, originally employed in IndyCar racing. Had a little bit of a backfire away off the line, cost him possibly a bit of time because his launch is 3.12 seconds. Remember, Alex finished second in the runoff here yesterday as he storms through the gate into the S's and clocks a time of 19.48. Our fastest by 0.02 of a second.
He's definitely trying. Once he got it straight, he just got that power down. That Cosworth pushing that car along, lovely.
Line and brakes for Martini, and it's a 39.33, so 0.4 of a second to the good of Wallace Mingy, and Alex Summers goes fastest on 39.33, denoting Sean Gould to second. Just under 0.2 of a second splitting them as Matt Ryder comes to the start line, last year's champion and the leader of the series this year. An operations consultant from Farringdon in Oxfordshire. 15 runoff victories to date. could this be 16 with the Gould GR59J? We're here going back to the Judd V8 here, the 4 litre model that just helps him ease off the line in 2.89 seconds. So a good start from Matt Ryder as he's on the approach to the gate, staying clear of the bank on the entrance. Picks up his first apex and 18.64.
He's using the curb on the inside of the S's. And very neat and tidy, but again, struggling to get a little bit of traction. You can see the back end weaving a little bit as he's accelerating away.
Turns into Martini without any trouble. 38.29. 38.29. We have a new leader, ladies and gentlemen, and that is Matt Ryder with the Gould on 38.29. Just 0.04 of a second faster than Alex Summers. And now let's see what giant killing act can Alex Coles perform with the diminutive machine. He's got the green light. Now he's got to employ all that the Hayabusa supercharged 1300cc can give in the back of this Force TA. Off the line in 2.95 seconds, so there or thereabouts. Fastest in the S's is 18.64, and he's a 19.32. Sorry, 37. 18.37.
Yeah, he's working hard at the wheel as he comes into saw bench, using all the track, the shortest line up through there. Kept it thrown to the left on the exit saw bench. Let's see what he's done.
So the 1300 versus the 3 litres and the 4 litres gets him to the top in 39.64. 39.64 for Alex Coles into 4th place. So it's Ryder, Summers, Gould and Coles. Now let's see how far up the order the 4-wheel drive Subaru can get in the hands of Damien Bradley. Off the line in 2.64 seconds. So he annihilated the single-seaters off the line, which one might expect. Now he's through into the S's. Is that 4-wheel drive traction going to help? 21.32. So the advantage is slipping away.
Such a great line over the saw bench here. It's really controlled up. You can feel that 4-wheel drive is pulling them through.
Lewis in 43.40. 43.40 for Damien Bradley. So he's going to be out of the points in 11th place. Jonathan Varley at the moment in 10th, the last point paying position, but that may well change as our final runner in today's runoff of the British Hillclimb Championship, brought to you by Nova Tyres, with Will Hall. Again, the Gould GR59 theme, and again, Judd V8. Easy away off the line in 2.89 seconds. So a good start for Hall as he's over Bunny's Leap. The back of the car just moves around as he goes over the crest. Just off the curbing in the S's, 19.06, so second fastest in the S's.
It looks fast. Who's got the power down? Get really that traction control. You can hear it working overtime going up through past the straight there.
You can maximise Martini in 38.74, 38.74 for Will Hall, number 3, which will put him into 2nd place. It's behind Matthew Ryder, so 2 GR59s at the head of the runoff. Matthew Ryder taking the victory on 38.29. Will Hall claiming 2nd, 38.74, And then Alex Summers, who finished second yesterday, dropped to third today on 39.33, ahead of Sean Gould on 39.51. Our fifth place finisher was Alex Coles on 39.64, so a number of competitors in the 39s, as was Wallace Mingies, finished sixth on 39.74. David Warburton clocked 40.54, ahead of Trevor Willis on 40.67, and then Paul Hames and Tom Weaver finished the point scoring positions on 41.47 and 42.02. So Matthew Ryder clawed back some points here this weekend, and has opened up against Wallace Mingies, his nearest challenger, this afternoon, with Matthew finishing first and Wallace down in sixth place. So a good weekend's work for Matthew and the team. And some superb driving as well, when we consider the conditions that they've had to qualify in, changing all the time.
So we've got one more batch to go, haven't we?
We've got the Downton Motor
We
Club.
have, yes.
Yes.
So as the top 12 come back down, please show me your appreciation. Lots of noise, lots of waving, shouting, cheering, waving programs. Anything to get them excited. And here they come, starting with Damien Bradley coming down first in the Subaru. What a great performance he's done this weekend. What a superb performance. Closely followed by Trevor Willis. Well done, Trevor. Good to see you here. Jonathan Varley, that lovely V8 engine. The young man who has set the place alight over the weekend. Will be down in a minute. Another. Paul Hames going down. Had more success today than he did yesterday, with mechanical troubles and turbo pipes blowing off yesterday for him. Alan McDonald didn't make the top 12, but still coming down. We can wave to him. Don't cheer though, don't cheer, just wave, all right? Well done, Alan. There he is. Alan Wallace. Alan Wallace, thank you. Alex, thank you very much, Alex. Young Mr. Coles, here he is, the giant killer. That's it, give him a cheer, fantastic. I hope you could hear that in there, that was great. Will Hall, thank you, Will. Great run, Will. And there he is. Wallace Mengies. Oh, sorry, Alex. Matt Ryder. I don't like red cars, too many of them. So I should be going down shortly. Jeff, I'll be back with you.
Okie dokie. So got the last of those cars returning, and the paddock exit is already populated with cars from the Downton Motor Club ready to go for their second and final run of the day and the final class run of the weekend. 2 days of hill climbing here at Wiscombe Park, brought to you by the Woolbridge Motor Club. And we're involved in other things in motorsport other than hill climbing, car trials, 4x4 trials, navigational rallies, etc. So plenty of occupy motor enthusiasts or motorsport enthusiasts. Log on to woolbridge.co.uk, have a look around the website there. Plenty of information telling you how to get involved in motorsport, generally across the piece, so to speak, all the different disciplines, what is required, etc. And in some instances, if you wanted to try your hand at car trialing, then we could possibly find you a car. We have academy cars which may be available for somebody to have a go, sample the sport before you commit and buy your own vehicle. So yeah, you can come along, test a trial and have a go, see what you think of it all. So have a look at that on woolbridge.co.uk. But if you're interested in hill climbing, as we said earlier, then we're not all done at Wiscombe for 2025 as yet. First weekend in September, then it's the 5 clubs, double meeting, 2 days of basically regional association motorsports, so everything from road going through to single seaters, many of the cars that you've seen today. Then September the 13th, Saturday is the MG Car Club, and the following day, Sunday, the National Hillclimb Association, which is a meeting dedicated to motorcycles, solos and sidecars. So put those dates into the diary, and if you've not seen a motorcycle hill climb before, then pop along and have a look. You'll be surprised. I mean, we've seen the cars get twitchy over Bunnysley. Well, you know, the riders on the motorcycles, on the solos, have to fight to keep the front wheel from rising off the deck. So sometimes they're doing a little wheelie as they go over there and slide the bike, lean in and slide the bike in through the gate on occasion. So if the track conditions allow. So well worth a look at the season finale. So we're not far away from releasing the final batch of cars from the paddock down to the start line. All the red flags are in, course is ready to go. Ian Englehart leading the way with the Westfield SE in Class W on a climb of 40.34, the 2-litre Vauxhall powered machine. Second fastest after the first runs was Dan Stevens in his 2.5-litre Subaru Impreza, ahead of Derek Kessel with the Maguire Space Frame Mini, Nigel Sampson and John Wells. So it looks like it's going to be the Subaru of Dan Stevens that runs first. Dan, an agricultural mechanic from Bridgewater. Modifications to this particular machine are now fitted with a hybrid turbo, a new engine management system, suspension and wheel upgrades along with the brakes. Important factor in speed hill climbing, as you might appreciate. And Dan in his first season, but thoroughly enjoying it. It's a bit of a tweak to the timing apparatus. And we get the green light, and whoa! The Subaru squirmed a little bit as he fed the power in, then straightened up, got some grip, and away in 2.84 seconds. As the man from Bridgewater and approaches the gate without any due problems into the S's in 26.68. As he approaches Saw Bench, we have away from the start line John Wells with the Mini 2-litre turbo. John posted a 44.99 on his first climb. Dan Stevens then at the top in 52.63, 52.63 for Dan Stevens. As accelerating out of Wiscombe goes Kieran Stevens with the Vauxhall Corsa 1389 cc's. Kieran looking to add to his hill climbing experience. As across the parkland goes 143 Toby Bishop, and we have time for 1-3 for John Wells. That's 49.61. 138 poster time of 54.44. Kieran Stevens 54.44, followed over the line by will be 143, which is the Toby Bishop machine in 51.74. Also on the hill, Kevin King with his Fiesta ST150 from Bridport in Dorset, just up the coast, and Graham Gonzalez from Cardiff next to go with his 1298 Mini. So time for 143 Toby Bishop, we confirm is 51.74. 144 then clocks a time of 60.75. That's Kevin King. And Graham Gonzalez out of the S's in 28.51. Round Saw Bench at the moment. .45 in the top 56.24. Lingard still leading the way from Dan Stevens and Derek Kessel. .146 Graham Gonzalez completes his climb, completes his weekend sport on 57.56. So due to the track conditions, the chance of improvements are remote, and it looks like Graham Gonzalez is the last to run. In Inglehart already sewn the class up on 40.34 then at the end of the day. Dan Stevens finishing in second place with the Subaru Impreza on a best climb of 43.22. Derek Kessel slotting into third, also in the 43s, but a 43.74. So that's the finishing order of the Downton Motor Club after 2 days of competition, and brings today's event to a close. We have the awards presentation, of course, which will be slightly different to those of years gone by. the national event ran over 2 days, so that's classed as one event, and then the Downton Motor Club classes ran 2 separate events, so there'll be 2 awards presentations rolled into one. So that will then bring everything to a close. And Mr. Pearce, what do you
Hello.
think about all that then?
Sorry?
What do you think about all that?
Well, it's pretty good. I think you've done well there, Jeff. I think you should give up your day job. Oh, you've retired, haven't you? I forgot.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. No, it's been a good weekend. So, unfortunately, the weather didn't help us with the weekend.
No, true.
But I will say the weather made a big influence on the outcome of the runs, especially the day-to-day runs.
Yes.
So obviously the points to be calculated, and I think the difference between the first and second in the championship may be slightly larger.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think.
But I think that, you know,
Matt would have opened up 2 points today, more today. So yes, he's probably good weekend's work for him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And the rest of them done very, very well. I mean, to sort of come out and drive those cars in these conditions, they're a little bit slippery, and that's probably worse than actually driving in out and out rain. So,
very true.
Credit to all those drivers who've been here with us this weekend. And I must say a big thank you to everybody who's spent time chatting to me as I've walked around the paddock and on the live stream. So thank you for that.
Gives a good insight. It's another dimension to what's going on in the sport, isn't it?
It does, yeah.
From those first hand, in fact. Yeah, indeed. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, there you are. Thank you, David.
So September would be the next time we'll be here. isn't
Yes,
it?
indeed.
First weekend of September for the 5 clubs.
A few weeks off, and all good stuff.
Yeah. So don't forget, everybody, speed on screen. Keep an eye on there. The links will be on the Wiscombe website, and you'll be able to watch all the action we've had this weekend again.
And some
as
that
many times as you wish.
Some that you might have missed.
Some that you might have missed. Yeah. Well, thank you, Jeff. I'm going now.
You're going.
And I'll see you in
I'm going as well.
Hey. Good night from him and good night from me.
It is. From Dave Pearce and Jeff Piggott. Good afternoon. Have a safe journey home.
Still key in the tricky position.
Runoff.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.